Welcome to Restful Tales, your doorway to peaceful dreams. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to keep the stories alive. Sweet dreams await. Let's begin the story. The wind howls through the trees as if it knows you're here. It carries with it 1,000 whispers, some faint and distant, others sharp and close, as though they're speaking directly to you. The sound makes the air feel alive, like the ancient woods themselves are observing, waiting. The headlights of your car catch the silhouette of the massive gates. They're rusted and old, with ivy twisting around them like the fingers of some ancient, hungry creature. You park the car on the gravel path that leads to the asylum's stone walls, its broken roof visible even now through the mist. You can feel your hands trembling as you grip the cold metal of the door handle. A sharp breath escapes you. You're nervous, but there's something else too. A pull, a quiet, insistent tug at the edges of your mind, as though the house itself is alive and it wants you here. You step out into the cold. The wind is sharp against your skin, pulling at your coat, tugging at your hair. Your breath feels thin as you pull the jacket tighter over your body and approach the gates. The sound of the wind between the trees feels like whispers. Perhaps it is just the wind, perhaps not. You push the gates open with a groaning, rusty sound. The iron protests under your hand as though reluctant to allow you entry. There's a moment of hesitation as you step across the threshold and into the asylum's domain. It's colder here. The air feels dead, stagnant, untouched by time or life. The mist hangs in the air like smoke, curling and twisting in strange ways, obscuring the view of the ancient structure ahead. It stands in the distance, hunched and broken, as though it is both a monument to time and a relic of suffering. You can almost hear its heartbeat, or is that your own? The car feels far away now, disconnected. The crunch of your shoes on gravel is the only sound that seems to matter. The asylum's exterior is covered in layers of stone and moss, ivy creeping up the old brick walls like veins trying to reclaim the structure. Broken shutters hang loosely from the windows, their glass shattered and empty. Some of the windows seem to watch you as you approach, their black voids alive with shadows. You stop for a moment, staring. What is this place? What were the stories that led you here? You try to recall them. Tales of forgotten patients, of old experiments, and of dark rituals buried beneath stone. But the details evade you. All you can feel is the presence of this place, ancient and quiet. The path before you leads to the front door, its frame weathered, its wood gray and cracked from years of exposure to the elements. You reach for the handle, your hand trembling. And then, the sound, is faint at first, so faint that you wonder if you imagined it. A whisper, a rustle, perhaps a branch snapping in the wind. You pause, your hand still hovering in front of the door. Your breath feels loud. You shake your head and try the handle. It's locked. The sound comes again, louder this time. It is not a branch. You freeze. You stare at the heavy door. You wonder if you should leave, but your feet are rooted in place. There's something here, something about this sound, about this moment, that makes you hesitate. You're sure you aren't alone. You listen. Comes again the whisper. It feels as though it's coming from just beyond the door, though you can't make out the words. Your heart beats in time with it. Slow, deliberate, heavy. It has your name. You stumble back. Hello? You whisper. your voice sounding too small in the vast emptiness. Silence. And then, from the mist, another sound, soft footsteps. Not yours. You stare toward the shadows, but there's nothing there. The wind rushes through the broken branches overhead. You try to convince yourself that it's your nerves, that you're just imagining things. But then your flashlight flickers, and you raise it toward the asylum's windows. And you see it, the figure, standing at the far end of the hallway. A shadow, a shape half seen, half real. It watches you, unmoving. Your breath catches. Before you can react, the figure vanishes. Your hands tremble harder now. The cold has seeped into your bones, and you feel the pull again. Stronger this time. The kind of pull that can't be ignored. You stare at the door, at the ivy, at the shadows. You have to know, what is behind this door? What are the whispers? You reach into your pocket, your fingers brushing the keys. With shaky hands, you unlock your car door and grab your flashlight. Your heart is pounding in your chest as you prepare to step inside the asylum. And then, just as you're about to move again, the sound, this loud now, clear. Your name. This time it isn't a whisper. It's a voice. Soft, low, and unmistakably clear. You freeze. It isn't the wind. The sound vibrates in your bones. You glance back at the shadows and take a step toward the door. Your breath feels sharp in your throat, and yet you cannot stop. You pull the door open. The cold grips you as you step into the asylum's shadowy interior. The air feels heavier here, like it's been trapped for years, damp and laden with the scent of mildew and decay. You shine the beam of your flashlight around, illuminating broken furniture, peeling wallpaper, and old iron fixtures. The walls seem closer now, as though they're alive, observing your every move. Your breath comes in sharp bursts as you adjust your coat, trying to block out the icy air, but it doesn't help. The asylum's cold is a living thing, sharp, ancient, and insidious. Your footsteps feel too loud on the wooden floor as you take the first few steps into the main hallway. The beam of your flashlight catches on a series of old photographs mounted on the wall. Their glass cracked and dirty. Faces stare back at you. Patients, workers, doctors, all long forgotten. Their expressions are blank or strained, their eyes cold and lifeless. The photographs seem to watch you as you pass, their presence unyielding. You shiver again. Something moves in the dark. You freeze, your heart leaping into your throat. The sound is faint, barely there, a shuffling, distant sound. Your breath catches as you turn the flashlight in the direction of the noise. The beam dances over old wooden doors, broken chairs, and peeling paint. Nothing, but you can still feel it. The air has shifted. The sensation is subtle but unmistakable, a presence. Your body tenses, and you find yourself gripping the flashlight tighter. You take a few more steps. The hallway stretches on, its walls narrow and oppressive. There are doors on either side, all closed, some locked, others ajar. The sound is growing again, though it's faint. A soft, rhythmic sound, like breathing. You pause, trying to make sense of it. It isn't just your imagination. The sound feels as though it's alive, a slow and deliberate exhalation. Distant but coming closer, like a low, wet sigh of air. You glance around, trying to locate its source, but the hallway is empty. There are no figures here, no shapes, only shadows. You take another step, the floor creaking underfoot. It's louder now, The sound is close. You hold your breath and shine the flashlight in a slow arc across the hallway. The beam catches a broken door at the end of the hall, one that leads into darkness. The sound is coming from there. You hesitate. What could it be? Your mind races, trying to dismiss it. A rat? A bird? The wind? But the sound isn't the wind. It's alive. It's deliberate. You approach the broken door, your breathing shallow. The air is colder here, and the sound feels warmer somehow. Wet, alive, and unnatural. Your hand shakes as you push the door open. It groans in response, slow and heavy. The sound of the hinges is sharp against the stillness. And as you step into the room, the air hits you like a cold, damp hand. The space is dark, but your flashlight cuts through the gloom, revealing old medical equipment, rusted iron beds, and faded wallpaper. You step inside. The breathing is louder now. It's here. You turn toward the sound, your chest tight, your hands trembling. The flashlight catches on a figure at the far end of the room. Something is standing there. You stumble back, your voice catching as you gasp, "Hello!" The beam flickers as your hand shakes. The shape is tall, humanoid, but it moves oddly. A shift, a movement, a silhouette that is impossible to make sense of. You try to focus, but your heart is pounding too hard. You're sure it sees you. The sound of its breath, slow and deep, continues. It doesn't move toward you, but you can feel it, as though it's watching you, observing you. Your body feels pinned, your legs unable to obey you. You try to convince yourself that you're imagining this, that your mind is playing tricks on you. But your flashlight is steady. The shape is real. You back up slowly, your breathing quickening. You feel like you could lose control at any moment, but you force yourself to stay calm. You tell yourself it's just your nerves, but it doesn't feel like nerves. It feels like a presence. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the sound stops. The shape is gone. You stand in the dark, your flashlight trembling, your breath coming in short, quick bursts. The air feels colder now, and the room feels much larger, much emptier. The sound is gone, replaced by silence. Your hands are shaking as you try to steady your breath. Was it real, or had your mind conjured it? The question sits in your chest like a stone. You glance back at the hallway, at the dim light coming through broken windows, and try to shake the feeling. You turn your attention back to the dark, empty room. What is this place? What are you looking for? You step further into the shadows, feeling your way, your flashlight illuminating old metal instruments and peeling walls. The air is damp here, and every sound feels louder. Your footsteps, your breath, your heartbeat. And then you hear it again, a whisper, soft, distant, in the shadows. Your name. It isn't your imagination. It's real this time. You freeze. The air grows colder still. You're not alone. The shadows are thicker now, as though the darkness has begun to breathe on its own. You stand in the center of the cold, dimly lit room, your flashlight sweeping over rusted metal beds and old surgical equipment. The sound, or perhaps the memory of the sound, of that breathing hangs in your chest, like the echo of a heartbeat you can't shake. You try to calm yourself, to convince yourself that it was just the wind, the house settling, or perhaps your imagination playing tricks. But the sound lingers. Your name, faint and breathless, repeats itself in your mind. You take a step back toward the broken door, your breath unsteady. The air feels colder the farther you are from the hallway, as though the shadows here are alive, feeding on your fear. Every step feels heavier, as though the weight of the asylum is pulling you deeper into its stone walls. You stop by the door, steadying your hand on the wooden frame. The cold metal sends a shiver up your arm. You raise the flashlight again and take a deep breath. What now? The hallway stretches in front of you, its walls cracked and covered in years of mold. The shadows dance as you move the light from wall to wall. The sound has stopped, and the air feels still, but you know that it will return. It always does. You take another cautious step forward, uncertain, your flashlight beam dancing. The hallway seems endless. Long stretches of broken walls and windows, dark shapes leaning ominously in their frames. The light catches something else, a movement, fleeting, just at the edge of your vision. You freeze again, but there's nothing there. Your hand tightens on the flashlight as you step toward one of the closed wooden doors. The door is weathered, the wood groaning under the pressure of age and decay. It feels as though it could collapse at any moment. You pause, considering whether or not to open it. Your fingers rest on the cool, brass handle. There's no sound from within. It could lead to nothing, just an empty room or another long hallway, but something about it makes you pause. You grip the handle, turning it slowly. The door creaks. It feels as though the air itself is alive with whispers and shadows, alive with an unseen presence. You pull it open, wincing as the sound of the hinges groans into the air, and you're met with a small, dimly lit room. The room is old and forgotten, filled with the detritus of time and abandonment. The walls are lined with old cabinets, their wooden doors sagging and cracked. Dust hangs in the air like smoke. A table sits in the center of the room, a wooden thing, splintered, worn, and covered in a thin film of dust. You step into the room cautiously, your flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. You shine it over the cabinets and the table. There's nothing unusual here, just old equipment, rust, and decay. The air smells of dust and old wood, feels heavy, oppressive. You step further inside, your breathing still shallow. There's nothing here, you tell yourself. Just another forgotten storage room, another empty space in this enormous house. But then you notice something, the faint glow. It comes from one of the cabinets, just barely visible under layers of grime and age. You approach it, your flashlight beam narrowing. Your hand trembles as you pull the cabinet door open. Inside, you find a book. It's old, its leather cover cracked and worn, its edges frayed with age. It looks as though it hasn't been touched in decades. You pull it out carefully, the weight of it cold in your hand. The air feels colder as you examine it, its presence here inexplicable. You flip it open. The pages are brittle and stained, filled with old handwriting in uneven, deliberate script. You can't make out all the words. The language feels ancient, cryptic, strange. But the symbols repeat themselves, like fragments of rituals or symbols of power. Some of the pages are torn, and a damp, moldy smell clings to the paper. Your heart beats faster. You find yourself reading the notes, though you can't make much sense of them. Words like ritual, doorway, sacrifice, and transition jump off the page. The writing feels urgent, hurried, as though the author was desperate to convey something. A warning, a discovery, a plea. You read another passage. The key lies in the forgotten breath. Listen to the whispers. They will lead you to the answer. Your hand trembles as you read it again. The words linger in your mind. You close the book, your heart pounding. What does this mean? Whispers. The sound you've been hearing. The sound that comes from the walls, from the wind, from the shadows. This book knows something, you think. It holds secrets, but what? You place it back on the table, reluctant to put it down. The air feels colder here now, more alive. The shadows in the corners of the room seem to shift again, as though they are alive. You can't shake the feeling that you are being watched. You stare back at the doorway you entered through, wondering if you should leave this room, if you should go back into the hallway, back into the shadows. You can feel the air pushing at your back, the sound coming again. Just a whisper, a suggestion, faint but undeniable. Your name. You turn back toward the book, uncertain, your hand gripping the flashlight harder. Something is in the dark. You know it. You step back toward the hallway, leaving the book behind, but not before glancing at the ancient, cryptic words once more. The whispers feel louder as you retreat, more insistent. What have you uncovered? What will you find next? And what awaits in the shadows? The sound grows louder as you step into the hallway. You're not alone. The hallway feels colder as you step back into it, your breathing sharp and shallow. The air presses against your face, and your footsteps sound far louder now as you tread over the old wooden floor. The shadows seem thicker here, clinging to the corners of the hall, eager to return to their unseen homes. Every step feels as though you're sinking deeper into the asylum's secrets. The sound comes again. Your name. It's soft, like the breath of wind or the rustle of leaves. But you know it isn't either. The sound originates from further along the hallway, from the space just out of your flashlight's reach. It sends a jolt through your body, and you freeze, your hand trembling on the flashlight as though it's the only thing anchoring you to this world. You stare into the gloom ahead. You feel as though the walls are pressing on you, holding you here, refusing to let you move. Your muscles are tight, your throat dry. You try to shake it off, to tell yourself it's just your nerves, just your mind playing tricks. But the sound is real. It's deliberate. You take a cautious step forward. The sound of your boots creaking against the wood feels heavier this time, closer. The air feels thinner as you move. Each breath is a struggle. And then another sound, a sharp intake of breath. It isn't your own. Comes from just around the corner. You stop. You can feel it now, something nearby. A presence unseen but very much alive. The sound is so faint that you can hardly trust your own senses. But it feels real, undeniable. A cold sweat breaks out over your skin, your fingers trembling as you try to steady the flashlight beam. You pause, gathering your courage. And then, without thinking, you step toward it. The sound vanishes. The hallway is dead again. You try to listen, every nerve in your body strung tight. But there's nothing. No sound, no presence, no hint that anyone or anything might be waiting just out of sight. The air feels cold, still, and empty. But your heart is still pounding, your breath coming too fast. You think of the book you found, the symbols, the whispers, the sensation that something is always just out of reach. Every step in this asylum feels as though you are being pulled into something larger, something far more ancient than you could ever comprehend. You take another breath, forcing your mind to calm. You should keep moving. You sweep the flashlight ahead, the beam dancing over the broken walls, splintered wood, and dark corners. The hallway stretches endlessly, each door appearing identical. Old, wooden, locked, or broken. It feels like an illusion, like you could walk this hallway forever and never find an end. But then, as you reach another door, the sound returns. This time it is closer. Your name comes from behind the door. You pause, your breath hitching. The sound isn't loud. It's hushed, intimate, almost as though someone is standing just beyond the wood. You place your hand on the door handle, unsure whether you should open it, unsure whether you want to know what's waiting on the other side. But your hand moves anyway. You grip the cold, rusted handle. You turn it slowly. The door groans as it gives way, the sound sharp in the silence. You step into the next room, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. It's a small, dim space, a former patient's quarters, perhaps. The room is bare, its walls cracked, its bed frame stripped of sheets and blankets. A table sits in the corner, a wooden chair tipped onto its side. The air in the space feels colder, and the shadows feel deeper. You can sense movement, or at least your mind is trying to convince you of it. You take a step inside, the beam of your light sweeping the room, and then you hear it again, closer now. A breath. This time you can't deny it. Feels real. You spin around, the flashlight beam sweeping over the dark corners of the room. You expect to see something, a figure, a shape, but there's nothing. Just empty furniture and shadows. But then you notice something on the floor. Piece of paper. You shine your flashlight toward it and step closer, your breathing tight. The paper is stained, torn, and damp. And as you pick it up, you can see faint handwritten words smudged with age. You read aloud without realizing it. They listen. They always listen. The first sound, the first breath, leads to the second. Follow the whispers, follow the shadows. You must not stop. Your voice feels strange in the stillness of the room, breaking the quiet. The words linger in your chest. They make your hands tremble. The second whisper, the sound you've been hearing. You remember the book you found, the symbols, the cryptic entries about transition and doorways. You feel like you're being pulled again, deeper into this mystery, deeper into the shadowy halls. You take a deep breath and step back toward the hallway, gripping the paper tightly. You can't shake the feeling that someone is watching you, following you, though you can't prove it. The whispers grow louder in your head. You close the door behind you as you step into the darkness, unsure whether you're seeking answers or running toward your own doom. The hallway waits, the sound waits, and you feel your feet begin to move. The hallway stretches endlessly in front of you, the shadows deepening with each step you take. The air feels colder, the whispers more insistent, clawing at the edges of your mind. Your breath comes fast, shaky, as though the asylum is trying to drown you in its icy grip. You pause at the next door, unsure whether you should proceed. The sound of your heartbeat feels deafening now, thudding in your chest like a drumbeat of fear. Your hand trembles as you press it against the cold, rusted doorknob. Something about this door feels different, as though it has a life of its own, like it is waiting for you. You take a deep breath. With your hand shaking, you turn the knob. The door groans as it opens, revealing a narrow, dimly lit room. The air hits you like a wall of ice as you step inside. You raise your flashlight, and the beam catches the contours of a small, grim space. This room feels alive, almost as though it is breathing. The sensation prickles at the edges of your awareness, cold and wet, like the inhale of a living thing. The walls are narrow and old, lined with old metal shelving, broken pipes, and dust. A single cot sits in the corner, a pale blanket rumpled on top. The air is stagnant here, filled with mildew and damp wood. The flashlight catches on the walls, and you notice something faint. A pattern. Lines. They're faint, written in old, smudged chalk along the walls, as though someone scrawled them long ago. They're symbols repeating themselves, circles, spirals, strange script. They feel ancient, unknowable. You step closer to examine them, and then you hear it, a sharp intake of breath. You freeze. It's coming from behind you. Your flashlight flickers and you spin, but there's nothing. Just shadows, just cold air. You can feel your heart pounding in your chest as you strain to listen. The air feels alive in this room, shifting, pulsing, a low, steady presence that you can't explain. You feel dizzy, disoriented. Every breath feels harder to take, as though the air has grown heavier. The symbols on the walls seem to move as you stare at them, twisting, writhing in the shadows, almost as though they are alive. You stumble backward. The sound is closer now, a breath, steady and slow, as though it is coming from the very walls. You grip your flashlight tighter and sweep the beam around the room. The cot, the symbols, the shelves, nothing seems out of place, but you can feel the presence. Is there a weight and unseen pressure? The symbols on the walls feel alive again, pulsating, twisting, pulling at the edges of your mind. You try to speak, but your voice catches. You can't move. And then the sound comes again, a deliberate exhale. So close now, as though it's just behind you. You spin on your heels and raise the beam of your flashlight in a panic. And you see it, a shape. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's there. A dark figure, hunched over, its form humanoid but undefined. It moves slowly, deliberately. It doesn't have a face, but you can feel its presence as though it can see you. Your breath catches. The figure shifts again. You back away, your legs trembling, your flashlight beam shaking. Your voice is a whisper as you try to steady yourself, but the words come out in a tremble. Who are you? The shape doesn't respond. It doesn't move toward you, but you feel it. This presence is like a weight, a deep, unyielding pressure. The symbols on the walls seem louder now, their cryptic shapes spinning faster, pulsing to some unseen rhythm. You can't make sense of it. Your heart is pounding too hard. The shape takes another slow breath, and you feel your knees give out. You drop to the floor. The sound has stopped. The air feels still again. You press your hand to your chest, trying to steady your breathing. The sound is gone. The presence is gone, but you can still feel it, a phantom weight at the edge of your awareness, as though it will return at any moment. You stay on the ground, trying to calm yourself. The symbols on the walls seem to have returned to their static, unreadable forms. The shape is gone. Perhaps it was your mind, a figment, a trick of the darkness. But you can't convince yourself. The sensation lingers. You try to focus. What is this place? What do these symbols mean? What are you dealing with? The whispers return. They're faint at first, barely there, but they grow louder with each passing moment. They crawl into the back of your mind, scratching and clawing, twisting the air into threads of meaning you can't grasp. You find yourself listening to them, unwilling, unable to resist. Follow the sound. Follow the whispers. It will show you the path. You shiver, your body shaking. What path? You think, but there's no answer. You close your eyes for a moment, the weight of fear and exhaustion pulling you downward. And then, for a split second, you think you hear the sound again, the breath. This time it feels colder, closer, and you know that you are not alone. The air feels heavier as you pull yourself to your feet, your breath still coming too fast. The symbols on the walls seem to shimmer faintly in your flashlight's glow, though you can't trust your senses anymore. Every sound feels magnified, every creak of the wooden floorboards beneath your feet, every whisper of wind through broken tracks. The presence you felt earlier remains lodged in the back of your mind like a stone you can't dislodge. You stare at the symbols again. They're ancient, a mix of spirals, geometric shapes, and strange, unrecognizable glyphs. Your fingers itch as though they're trying to decipher them, but the symbols make no sense. They seem to dance, to move, to beckon you in ways you can't resist. You can't stay in this room. You step back into the hallway, glancing nervously over your shoulder one last time. The cold air bites at your skin, and your hand trembles as you raise the flashlight beam toward the dark corridor ahead. Every step feels as though the shadows are watching you, waiting. You force yourself to keep moving. The hallway feels endless as you walk, your breath uneven and your steps hesitant. Each door you pass seems identical. Weathered wood, rusted metal handles, cobwebs in the corners. You can't shake the feeling that you're being led, that something is pulling you toward a specific direction. The whispers in your mind push you along, a constant, low hum in the back of your thoughts. You stop at another door. It feels different this time, almost alive, like the heartbeat you felt in the other room. You place your hand on the handle and hesitate. There's something about this door, something about the air surrounding it. It feels ancient, tied to the presence, the symbols, the rituals. You think of the words from the torn paper, the symbols, the book. Follow the whispers. It will show you the path. You exhale, gripping the handle tightly. The door feels cold in your hand, and you twist it. It opens. The room beyond is dark at first, the flashlight beam cutting through dust and shadows as you step inside. This room feels smaller, almost claustrophobic, but the air feels different, colder, alive. The shadows cling to the walls, and your heart skips as you take another step. The flashlight beam catches something. A table. It's large, wooden, and covered with old cloth, its surface stained. It looks ceremonial, ancient. Surrounding it are old candles, their wax long melted and hardened into twisted shapes. Symbols are carved into the floor beneath the table in patterns that mirror the ones on the walls you've already seen. They shimmer faintly in the dim light, dark and wet-looking. Your breath catches. You found it. The ritual. The symbols on the ground are deliberate, etched into the stone. Symbols that form patterns, spirals, intersecting lines, and glyphs that seem to call out to you as though alive. You can feel the air shift as you stare at them, the presence returning, more insistent now. The whispers are louder, clearer. You step closer to the table, and then you hear it. The sound of footsteps, not yours. The sound is light, deliberate, as though someone is walking through the shadows at the edge of your perception. You freeze, the beam of your flashlight shaking. Your body is rigid with fear. You turn toward the sound, and there's nothing there, but the air feels colder, heavier. The symbols underfoot seem to pulse now, the faintest glow emanating from their dark shapes. You can feel them pulling at you, tugging you toward the center of the room. The table feels alive, ancient, as though it wants you to approach. A compulsion, strong, unyielding, takes hold of your mind. You try to resist it, but your legs won't listen. You step closer. The symbols on the ground shift as you move over them, and the sound returns. A whisper, clear this time. The door must open. The sacrifice must be made. You stumble backward, your flashlight beams slicing through the shadows. Your heart feels as though it will burst. Sacrifice. The word echoes in your mind. You try to push it away, but the presence is stronger now. It surrounds you, filling the air with a low, vibrating hum. The symbols shimmer again, and you can see faint outlines in the shadows. Shapes, figures, things waiting unseen, but undeniably there. The whispers come again, louder this time. The key must be turned. The door must be opened. You glance at the wooden door across the room. Your body shakes with fear, your mind unable to make sense of the sounds. This ritual, this ancient, horrible ceremony, is pulling you toward it. The words make sense but don't make sense, like cryptic echoes in the dark. You can't fight it. Your hand reaches toward the doorknob. Your breathing feels sharp, ragged. The moment your fingers touch the cold metal handle, the sound erupts again, a low, guttural moan. The symbols pulse beneath your feet, brighter now, alive. You feel a sudden, sharp pain in your chest, a searing sensation, like being pulled into another world. And then you hear it, a deep, steady exhale. The sound feels as though it is coming from the other side of the door. The door shifts under your hand. Something is waiting for you. Your hand trembles as you grip the doorknob, the cold, metallic surface biting into your palm. The air is alive now, alive with sound, with whispers, with tension. The symbols beneath your feet pulse again, darker this time, and the sound is growing. Low breaths, exhaling, inhaling, a presence waiting, watching. You feel a sharp, unnatural pull toward the door. Your entire body is shaking, but your hand will not stop. It turns, slowly, impossibly, as though something from the other side is guiding it. You hear a groaning sound, the sound of wood and rust. Your breath is shallow. Your throat is dry. The door swings open. The light from your flashlight spills into the next room, illuminating a space that feels ancient and familiar, as though it has existed here for decades, centuries. The air is cold, musty, the smell of stone and damp earth crawling into your senses. A faint glow, a sickly green, rises from the space ahead. The sound of breathing intensifies, sharp, steady, almost rhythmic. You step into the room. The light catches faint details, ancient symbols carved into the walls, gleaming faintly as if alive. A ritual space, a summoning chamber, ancient and untouched by time, the air vibrating with something unknowable. The ground beneath your feet feels unstable, a faint pulse in time with the exhaling breaths. And then you hear it, a voice. It isn't loud, but it feels massive, as though it is speaking directly into your soul. You have come far. The sound comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. Your flashlight shakes as you try to locate its source. The room feels larger now, the shadows deeper. You cannot see what you expect, but you feel something, as though eyes are watching you, figures just out of sight. The door is here. The key has always been here. Your breath catches. The words make sense and don't make sense, as though they are twisting in your mind. The whispers return, layering over the voice, warping your thoughts. You look down at your hand. Your hand is trembling. Your fingers are clinging to the flashlight, but you feel another presence nearby. A sensation, something cold, metallic, ancient. You can't shake the sensation that something is waiting to be opened, waiting to emerge. You think of the key, the torn paper, the symbols, the strange rituals. You think of the words. The key must be turned. You search your pockets, your hands shaking, and then you find it. It's cold against your hand, ancient and heavy, a rusted iron key, so small in your palm but somehow full of weight. The key is old, weathered, its edges worn from centuries of exposure. You hold it up to the light, your breath coming faster. You feel the presence grow stronger as you do so. The key is here. The voice whispers, closer now, almost within your mind. The air hums, vibrating, alive. The symbols beneath your feet shimmer more brightly, their shapes spinning, twisting, like a living language. The moment is too much, the pressure, the sound, the presence, all clawing at you at once. You hear the voice again. Turn the key. You hesitate. The cold metal feels sharp against your hand. The moment feels wrong, unnatural. You wonder if you should listen, if you should press forward into whatever waits on the other side of this ritual. Fear is heavy in your bones, but your hand moves anyway, as though guided by some unseen force. You press the key against the ancient, rusted lock in the center of the massive stone door. The moment your hand twists, the sound explodes into the room. A low, guttural groan, as though the earth itself is responding. The symbols beneath your feet flare to life, brighter than you thought possible. Green, blue, and black. You can feel the air move as though something is waking, something ancient, vast, and powerful. A sound, a low, humming vibration begins to fill the air. You gasp as you feel the pressure. The lock clicks. The sound is deafening now, shaking your bones. The massive stone door begins to tremble. It groans, the sound like centuries of stone and metal grinding against each other. Your breath is ragged. The presence is stronger now, closer. The symbols on the walls are alive, pulsing, spinning, their shapes moving in ways you can't process. The air is alive. The whispers are deafening. The presence, whatever it is breaking through. The door begins to open. A sudden burst of air rushes toward you. Cold, sharp, ancient. You stumble back, your flashlight flickering wildly. The sound grows louder, and you can feel the earth moving, shaking beneath you, the pressure building. The presence is awake, and then the door is fully open. Beyond it, a vast space stretches into the unknown. The air is thick with shadow, with sound, whispers, groans, footsteps, voices that twist and wail. The green glow spills out, illuminating forms, shapes in the dark. You can't make them out, but they feel alive. They feel ancient. You hear the voice again. Welcome comes from within you, from the shadows, from the air, from the walls. You can't tell anymore where the voice is coming from. You are too afraid, too overwhelmed. But the sound is clear, welcome. You step back. You are trapped. The presence is here, and it is waiting. You feel yourself losing control. And then the door slams shut. The sound is terrible, a rumble that shakes through your bones. The symbols on the walls dim again, and the air feels colder, emptier. The whispering returns to its quiet, faint sound, but the sensation lingers. Something has been released, something has woken. You clutch the key in your hand. The voice lingers in your mind. Now you know the truth. The words feel cold, final. You stare at the ancient lock. You feel as though the world has changed, and you don't know how to stop it. The air is silent now, except for the sound of your breath. Fast, shallow, ragged. Your hand trembles as you stare at the closed door, your mind unable to make sense of the events that just unfolded. The symbols etched into the walls and floor still faintly glow with an otherworldly energy, but they are dimmer now. The shadows return, their shapes static and unknowable. You try to steady your breathing, but you can't shake the sensation. The presence is here, waiting, lingering just beyond comprehension. It pulses in the air, a cold vibration at the edges of your senses. You can feel it, a slow, steady pressure, as though it's watching you, learning you. Your hand clutches the rusted iron key. What have you done? The question gnaws at you, sharp and cruel. Your mind struggles to piece it together, but the whispers persist. They are faint at first, barely distinguishable, but they linger, clawing at the back of your mind. You shiver violently, glancing back toward the hallway behind you. You turn the flashlight beam toward the symbols again. They're faint now, but you can still feel their presence. Alive, pulsing, waiting. You press your hand to your chest, trying to quell the panic, but the unease persists. You can't shake the feeling that you are not alone in the physical sense, but in every other sense of the word. Your very soul feels as though it is being probed, dissected, observed. The voice returns, is faint at first, almost a whisper. You open the door. You freeze. The voice is calm, cold, unyielding. It feels like it is speaking directly to the core of your being. The presence is real, and now you feel it more intensely than ever. In your bones, in your blood, in the very air around you. You have given it life. The words send a fresh wave of panic through you. You step back, your breath catching. What does it mean? What have you done? Your mind races, but there are no answers. The symbols on the walls pulse again, brighter this time, and you can hear a sound, a low, inhuman groan, emanating from deep within the stone. You stumble backward into the hallway. The presence is closer now, closer to you, and you can feel its weight in every step. The whispers have grown louder. They twist into words, phrases you can almost understand. It waits. It will return. You cannot stop it. You clutch the flashlight tighter. There's movement. You spin toward it. The sound, footsteps, and they're not yours. They are slow, deliberate, coming from the dark recess of the hallway behind you. Your breath catches again as you shine your flashlight toward the source of the sound. Nothing, just shadows, but you feel it, a presence solid, waiting, watching. The air grows colder. You can hear the sound of breathing again. A slow, steady inhale, exhale, deep, rhythmic, steady, is coming from behind you, from just beyond the light. The shadows seem to move, undulating, alive. Your body trembles as you try to maintain control, but fear has taken hold. You know something is here. Your mind flashes to the symbols again. The rituals, the key, the voice, everything is tied together, but you can't make sense of it. You can feel the ancient presence now, the living thing that has been awakened. It has roots here, buried beneath the stone, buried beneath the ancient symbols. The slumber has ended, and it is hungry. You stumble toward the next door, your flashlight shaking with every step. You can feel the presence growing stronger with each moment, as though it is reaching out to you. The whispers are louder, the sound of breath deeper. You can almost feel cold fingers brushing the edge of your awareness. You slam your hand against the door handle, twisting it, and push through into another chamber. The light catches on more symbols, more artifacts, relics, ancient tools. The air is different here, darker, wetter. You can feel its weight as though it has followed you, pressing into the space like smoke. Your mind races as you try to make sense of the symbols, but they are incomprehensible. You are lost. You take a few unsteady steps into the chamber, your flashlight beam sweeping across stone and shadow. The whispers are louder now, a chorus of breathing, groaning words. You can almost understand them, but they slip away whenever you try to listen. It waits. The door must be closed. The life must be preserved. You turn back toward the door you came from. Feels far away. The presence is real now, fully awake, fully alive. You can feel it in the air, in the weight of your chest, in the cold sweat running down your face. You have unleashed something, and now you must find a way to stop it. But how? You don't have the answers. The sound of footsteps grows louder. You brace yourself, your fingers trembling, the flashlight beam slicing through the shadows. You can feel it coming, that unseen force, that unseen thing, breathing, shifting, moving closer. You press your hand against your chest again, trying to steady yourself. It is here. It is watching. You close your eyes and try to hold on to your thoughts. And then you hear it, a low, guttural whisper. Run. Before you can process the words, you feel a sudden gust of cold air behind you. The sound of movement, of something living, moving in the dark. You don't hesitate. You run. The sound follows you. Footsteps, breathing, whispers, groaning. You can't look back. You only run. Your heart pounds as you sprint through the dark, cold hallways of the ancient asylum. The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, monstrous, is behind you, growing louder with every step. Your flashlight swings wildly in your hand, its beam catching glimpses of stone walls, wooden beams, ancient symbols etched into the ground and corners. You can feel it pursuing you, its presence alive, its breath close. You don't dare stop. Every step feels heavier, your legs trembling as though they might give out at any moment. Fear grips you, but survival is stronger. You push yourself harder. You burst into another corridor. The air colder here, damp and metallic. The smell of rust and decay clings to everything. Your breath is ragged, your vision blurred with adrenaline. You don't know where you're going, you've lost all sense of direction. The maze of stone corridors has become alive with sound, shadow, and pressure. You are trapped. You think of the symbols, the ancient ones, the rituals, the unlocking, the door, the presence. Everything is connected, and yet nothing makes sense. How can you stop it? How can you stop this force, this ancient awakening that is now following you like a predator? Your hand clenches tighter around the key. The sound behind you grows louder. Footsteps, breathing, whispers, and your flashlight beam catches a flash of shadow at the end of the corridor. Your heart leaps into your throat. The presence is closer now. You can feel it in every step, every breath, every vibration of air. The symbols are alive again, glowing faintly, twisting as though mocking you, guiding you toward your doom. You see a large wooden door ahead, old, weathered, rusted. You sprint toward it without thinking. Your hand finds the handle, twisting it frantically, and you push through into the next space. It's another large chamber. The air is colder here, but you can feel the presence recede just slightly as you step into the unfamiliar space. Your flashlight cuts through dust and shadows, illuminating large stone carvings, ancient relics, ritual items scattered across the floor. The symbols from earlier are carved into the walls here as well, their shapes pulsing faintly as though alive. You pause. You don't know if you can hide here. You take a moment to catch your breath, your chest heaving. Your hand grips the key so tightly your fingers ache. There is no way out, it seems. The presence is relentless, and your options are running out. You glance back at the door you came through, your ears straining for sound. Nothing, but it could return at any moment. You step farther into the chamber. The sound of your breath fills your ears. The symbols on the walls catch your attention. Their geometric patterns and spirals mirror the symbols you saw earlier. There is a strange energy here, a pull almost imperceptible, a vibration in the air. Your hand moves toward one of the ancient relics resting on a ceremonial pedestal, a large, weathered book. You can feel the pull of it, ancient, forbidden, connected to everything you've seen so far. You place your hand on its cold, stone-like cover and pull it toward you. The presence seems to react at your movement. A low vibration in the air, a groaning sound, but you clutch the book anyway. Its weight is heavy, ancient. Its leather worn smooth from centuries of hands touching it. You open it. The pages are filled with symbols, glyphs, strange writing, but you can feel it. It makes sense. It resonates. The ancient words describe rituals, keys, doors, and awakenings. You can feel your understanding deepen as you look at the symbols on the pages. Some of the words are familiar, even though you've never seen them before. They twist in your mind like ancient whispers, half-understood fragments of truth. The book contains instructions, the rituals, the only way to stop this. Close the door. The words feel like a command as you read them, though they are buried in ancient phrases. Your heart leaps. The ritual is here, written in these pages, the path to stop the presence. But it will not be easy. The book speaks of sacrifices, ancient actions, the reversal of spells and keys, binding forces. The path is clear. You can't run forever. The presence is stronger than you, but with this book, with these rituals, you might have a way to contain it, to banish it, to stop it from spreading. You must act now. You turn toward the symbols again, the ancient glyphs on the walls and floor. There is an altar nearby, simple, stone, ancient, and you know what must be done. The book describes preparation. A ceremony, words spoken in an ancient language, movement in time with the symbols, a closing of the gateway. You can feel the weight of time pressing down on you, the presence waiting just outside your reach. You have one chance. You gather your breath and begin to read aloud, your voice shaking. The words are ancient, strange, but they fill the air as you speak. The presence thrashes outside the door, the groaning sound returning, the vibrations in the air stronger. The symbols underfoot glow brighter as you recite the words, and your hands tremble. The book feels alive in your hands, pulsing, alive with power. The presence is angry. The air trembles as you continue to read, your voice louder, commanding, focusing the power. The symbols twist, their shapes forming ancient patterns, their glow growing bluer, then green, then red. The air is alive with pressure, the sound growing, groaning, footsteps, whispers, but you push through it. You must finish this. The words come faster now. The book guides you, and you feel the symbols respond as though alive. The groaning grows louder, closer, but then it shifts, the presence pulling back. You can feel it resisting, fighting, but you are stronger with the words, with the ritual. You press on. The light intensifies. The door begins to shake, and then silence. The air goes still. The light dims. You stop reading. The presence is still there, but it is weaker. The symbols return to their dormant state. The air feels colder, but no longer suffocating. You breathe heavily, uncertain of your success, but something has shifted. The pressure is lessened, the whispers fading. You look at the book. You are not sure if you have one, but you know the ritual was necessary, and yet you can still feel it waiting, always waiting. The air is cold as you stand in the center of the ancient chamber, your breath ragged and your body shaking. The book lies heavy in your hand, its ancient leather cover worn and smooth. The ritual is over for now. The symbols on the walls and floor pulse faintly, their glow dimmed. The pressure in the air has lifted, but the feeling remains, like shadows clinging to the edges of your mind. You stare at the book, uncertain whether you should put it down or cast it away. Its weight is oppressive, as though it contains secrets that will always demand more of you, more of your attention, more of your soul. Your hands tremble as you close it, the words and symbols still vivid in your mind. The sound of footsteps echoes faintly behind you. You freeze. You glance toward the closed door, the heavy wooden door leading back into the maze of stone corridors. Your hand clenches tighter around the book, the key still cold against your palm. You don't know if the presence has been banished or if it merely lies dormant, waiting for the next moment to strike. But you can feel it, the lingering energy, alive, powerful, uncertain. You take a deep breath. The world feels different now, heavier somehow. The air seems colder, the shadows deeper. You can still hear faint sounds, the groaning, the whispering, as though the presence is testing you, probing you, trying to find a way back. But you are no longer helpless. You sit down on the cold stone altar nearby, clutching the book. The symbols beneath your feet glow faintly again, their patterns dancing like liquid energy. You stare at them, at the lines, the geometric shapes, trying to make sense of what you've done and what still lingers. How did you end up here? What is the truth behind these symbols, this ancient presence? Questions gnaw at you, swirling in your mind. You close your eyes, attempting to steady yourself. You try to recall the words from the book, the incantations, the ritual. They had felt powerful, ancient, connected. And yet, they only pushed the presence back, not destroyed it. It could return at any time, the gateway, the ancient forces, the symbols. You can't stop until you know the full truth. You open your eyes again and look at the book. There is so much you do not know. The rituals, the key, the ancient symbols, all of these things are connected. The presence could still return, and you need to find a way to stop it entirely. You wonder if there are other pieces to the puzzle, other ancient keys, other chambers, other rituals that can end this once and for all. The sound of breathing is distant now, a faint, uncertain echo. You feel the need to escape, to regroup, but you know it will not be that simple. The presence is more than just a monster or a force. It is ancient, primal, and bound to this place. The weight of its anger lingers. You rise to your feet. The cold bites into your skin as you move. The symbols underfoot have stopped glowing as brightly, but the feeling remains. Pressure, whispers, the sensation of unseen eyes watching. You place the book down on the stone altar and glance at the heavy wooden door leading back to the hallway. Seems distant, but you know the path out of this ancient place could be treacherous. You gather your thoughts. The presence is weakened, but not gone. You must find a way to leave and find answers. A way to uncover the truth about what this presence is, why it was released, and how you can ensure that it will never return. But the ancient key and the book weigh heavily on your mind. Each has its own secret, and you can sense that you'll need both to find the answers. You glance at the key in your hand. The rusted iron feels cold, lifeless, but it still hums with energy, with promise, with secrets. You must decide. Return to the surface and escape this place, or stay and dig deeper into the ancient knowledge. The presence has already shown you that secrets can turn into traps, that each step could cost your life. The road ahead is unclear, uncertain, but fear is no longer just an obstacle. It is a choice. You steady your breath and take a step toward the door. The air is colder now. The presence still lingers. You will find a way to stop it, somehow. But first, you must leave this place. You twist the handle to the door and step back into the dark hallway. The stone feels colder against your hand. The air is alive with sound, distant whispers, footsteps, a low groan. You can't ignore it. You run. The sound of your own footsteps returns as you sprint back into the darkness. The presence follows, but you're ready this time. You have time. You have the book. You have the key, and you will find the answers. The cold air grips you as you step into the shadowy hallway once again. The sound of your footsteps echoes in the stone corridors like a hollow, distant heartbeat. You can feel it, the presence, lingering behind you, but it has grown quiet, as though it is waiting, biding its time. The book feels heavy in your hands, and the rusted key is cold and unyielding. You press your back against the ancient wooden door you emerged from, drawing a shaky breath. The hall stretches ahead of you, dark and damp, with shadows shifting unpredictably in the pale beam of your flashlight. The air is stale, carrying with it the scent of stone and earth, rust and moss. feels alive here, like the walls have memories, like they could reach out and pull you back. But you can't stop. Not now. Your mind races as you move forward, one step at a time, focused on the journey toward answers. The presence may still linger, but you'll only find clarity by studying the book further. And the key. These two objects hold the secrets, the path to understanding this ancient force that has been awakened. The question now is, where to begin? Your thoughts return to the book. The words, the symbols, the ritual. They are cryptic, ancient, and overwhelming, but they are your only guide. The presence had fought against the closing ritual, but you managed to push it back. Now you must determine whether the book has more instructions, more knowledge, or if it has a map, a literal path through this labyrinth. The hallway twists and turns as you press forward, your flashlight beam illuminating old cobwebs, fragments of stone, and ancient grooves in the walls. You pause, glancing back over your shoulder. The sound of your own breath fills your ears, but nothing else moves. You shiver. The symbols etched into the walls earlier come back to your mind. They seem to pulse in time with the presence, alive, reactive, connected. The book mentions gateways, ancient keys, and rituals. Could there be another pathway or door beyond this hallway? Another hidden symbol that could be linked to the presence you've encountered? You resolve that you must find a library, a place where knowledge has been stored. Asylums like this one were built with records, tomes, archives, places of ancient understanding. That's where you'll find the answers you seek. You must return to the archives, to any map, book, or inscription that will tell you more about the presence, the keys, and the symbols. The sound of your footsteps feels louder as you press on. You come to a split in the hallway, one path leading to the left, another leading to the right. Both are cloaked in darkness, cold and uninviting. The key in your hand feels alive again, humming faintly, as though it wants you to follow a specific path. You hesitate. The presence still lingers, just beyond the veil of your perception. You can feel it in the air, steady, watchful, and waiting. Every decision feels fraught, but you trust the book and the key. These items hold answers. You choose the path on the right and press forward. The path is narrow, and the air grows colder as you proceed. The stone walls feel closer here, more oppressive. Your breath quickens. You pause at an ancient wooden door set into the stone, its old iron hinges rusted and creaking. This could be a starting point. You push the door open. The room is vast, its ceiling high, cobwebs hanging like curtains in the corners. Dust hangs in the air, illuminated by your flashlight beam. The sight of old shelves, wooden, ancient, full of parchment and leather-bound tomes, makes your breath catch. This is the archives. You step inside. The scent of old parchment, damp stone, and candle smoke greets you. The air here is still, untouched by time, but you can feel that ancient energy pressing against the edges of your mind. The presence is near, but it has receded, perhaps for a while. You must act quickly. You scan the shelves, looking for anything that will guide you. Maps, tomes, rituals, archives about the symbols or ancient entities connected to the key. Your flashlight beam dances across ancient, crumbling parchment. The tomes are labeled in strange, ancient script, their spines etched with symbols. Most are unreadable to you, but you scan desperately, searching for clues. Your hand lands on one tome in particular. The leather is smooth but worn, its surface marked with glyphs similar to those you've seen in the symbols on the walls and in the book you brought with you. The presence hums again as you touch it. It knows you are here, searching. You pull the book down from the shelf, placing it on the wooden table nearby. Your hands tremble as you open it. The writing is ancient, but it speaks of doors, keys, and ancient rituals. The descriptions are clear, clearer than you ever expected. There are references to symbols etched into the earth, the use of keys to bind entities, and the presence of ancient entities bound to ancient tombs and rituals. You read with urgency. The tome describes a series of rituals, keys, and symbols that can bind ancient entities, close gateways, and sever the presence you've unleashed. It speaks of balance, sacrifice, and careful use of ancient magic. The keys are both a weapon and a burden, tied to ancient forces beyond mortal comprehension. The book mentions one name over and over again, Ishera. You stop. The name feels important. As you read further, you learn that Ishera was an ancient entity, a force that was bound into the earth through rituals and symbols long ago. The rituals mentioned here can unearth the presence, banish it, and seal it once more, but it comes at a cost. The text warns of the need to act quickly, as prolonging its presence can allow it to regain strength. The symbols must be redrawn, new rituals performed, and the presence rebound before it can grow too strong again. You close the book. The air feels heavy around you. The presence is returning, pushing, testing your resolve. The information is a key, but it is still just a key. Now you must act, and you must act with precision. Your path forward is clear. Retrace the symbols, gather ancient energy, and prepare for the binding ritual. The journey will be difficult. The presence will test you, but you now have purpose. You rise from the table, gripping the ancient key tighter. The path forward is uncertain, but you know what must be done. You must stop this. You must end it. And so your journey continues. The dim glow of your flashlight dances along the ancient stone walls as you pace the archives, your mind a swirling storm of thoughts. You found the book, the ancient tome with its cryptic symbols and instructions, and you've unearthed the name Ishera. It resonates within you, a whisper buried in your bones. There is power here, ancient power, and you can feel it pulling at you, testing you, as though it's aware of your presence. You place the book on a table, its leather cover glinting faintly under the yellow beam of your light. The key is still cold and solid in your hand. The symbols are etched into its surface, ancient and deliberate. They are not random, they are power. You know that you must focus on the symbols. The book speaks of gateways, ancient energies bound into stone patterns, symbols placed in the earth to create seals and pathways. These symbols, etched into the stone, are more than decoration. They are alive. They are ancient scripts of binding and unlocking, the language of the old gods, the old earth. You can feel them in your bones. You trace your hand along the patterns in the book, matching them to the symbols you saw etched in the walls earlier. There is no mistaking it, they are one and the same. The symbols must be redrawn. Their power is waning, but they can be reignited with care, with energy, with intent. If you can recreate these patterns and focus their intent properly, you can close the presence entirely. The symbols are your path. You take a deep breath and gather your supplies. Bits of chalk, parchment, and ritual components from the archives. Ancient herbs, stones, and other talismans you can find. Your fingers feel numb as you prepare, as though the air itself is resisting your movements. Every step feels deliberate, every movement weighted. You set up the ritual space in the center of the room, drawing symbols in the dust and ancient patterns on the stone floor. Your hands tremble as you kneel, your breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The presence is nearby, you can feel it pressing, pushing, trying to find a way back into your mind. The whispers return, faint, low, primal. You can almost make out words, but they slip away when you try to focus on them. Your body tenses. Every step you've taken leads to this moment. You must remain focused. You light a single candle, its golden glow casting shifting shadows over the symbols. The air is electric now, alive with unseen energy. You open the book again, reciting words under your breath. The language is ancient and foreign, but the symbols on the page align with your thoughts as you speak. As you speak the words, you draw the key, its energy humming under your hand, in the air above the patterns. The symbols glow faintly beneath you. The presence is testing you, growing stronger. You can hear the groaning again, distant but real. Your heartbeat quickens. The symbols respond to your incantations, glowing brighter, pulsing with power. You close your eyes for a moment, focusing on the ancient patterns. You push your thoughts toward the words, toward the intent, toward closing the presence forever. The glow intensifies. A sudden sound, a low thud, shakes the air. You open your eyes, and the symbols are alive now, glowing red, green, and blue. The presence pushes harder, but you push harder still. You chant louder, the words flowing from your lips like a river of sound and intent. The ancient symbols begin to etch themselves into the air, glowing with energy. The presence groans louder, but you can feel it resisting, struggling against the bindings you're constructing. It's a battle of wills. You can feel energy rushing through you as you maintain the ritual, every word and symbol tethering the presence. Your body aches, your lungs burn, but you can't stop. You push through the chant, your voice rising, the words more confident now. The presence is weakening. You can feel it being drawn into the symbols, its energy twisting and resisting but unable to break through. The key in your hand glows now, its presence alive and humming with power. You close your eyes and push the final word into the air. The symbols shimmer, energy folding and twisting like an ancient tide. The presence groans, a sound like metal grinding against stone. But you hold your ground. It's over. You open your eyes, gasping for air, and look down at the glowing symbols. The light has faded, but their presence remains. You can feel the power still thrumming beneath your feet, but it has been bound. The presence is held back, its rage dampened. The symbols have sealed the energy, but you know it could be fragile. The balance will be delicate. You sit back, your hands shaking. It's not over completely, but you've made progress. The symbols have power, they can hold the presence back. They can stop it from coming for you, at least for now. You let your breath come in slow, steady waves. The book lies open beside you. You can sense its power, its secrets. You'll need time to study it further, to uncover the remaining keys to understanding this ancient force. But for now, you can rest. The presence is sealed. The symbols are strong, and you have survived. The candle's flame flickers, its golden glow dancing across the ancient parchment and dusty air. You sit alone in the center of the ancient library, your breathing steadying after the ritual. The symbols have held the presence at bay, at least for now, but you can feel the weight of their power still coiled beneath your feet. You let your hands rest on your knees, staring at the open book beside you. The room is silent, save for the sound of your breath and the occasional groan of the old stone as it settles. The presence is still there, lurking though it feels weaker. Perhaps it has been banished enough for the moment. You take another deep breath, allowing yourself a small moment of reprieve. But the calm is fleeting. There is something about this book, about the knowledge within it, that calls to you. You pick it up again, brushing dust from its leather cover. The ancient symbols and words seem to shimmer faintly in the dim light, alive and unknowable. The presence in this book isn't merely a collection of rituals and ancient magic. It feels like a window into something greater, something ancient and unknowable. Your hand hesitates. Something catches your attention. A single page, not part of the incantations or rituals you've been reading. You flip the old, fragile parchment carefully and find an unfamiliar drawing. Your heart leaps. The drawing depicts a figure, humanoid in shape, but elongated, shadowy, and otherworldly. The figure stands in a massive stone gateway, a glowing symbol encircling its body. The symbols around it are unlike any you've seen before. More cryptic, their geometry foreign, yet undeniably connected to the patterns you used in your ritual. Your eyes trace the figure's silhouette, its shadowy hands outstretched as though it is pulling something from the void. Below the drawing is a single line of text written in an ancient script. The gatekeeper awaits. Your breath catches in your throat. The gatekeeper. The words send a cold wave through your chest. This is no ordinary force. This is something deliberate, something ancient, bound, and powerful. The figure in the drawing has power over gateways, passages, and the ancient symbols you've seen. A gatekeeper would have the ability to open paths between worlds, between energies, perhaps even the presence you encountered earlier. You stare at the page, your fingers trembling as you touch the drawing. The gatekeeper awaits. What does this mean? Is it possible that the presence isn't just a rogue force, but a sentient being with a purpose? You recall the whispers, the presence testing you during the ritual. Was it trying to communicate something through its power, a cryptic message, or perhaps a warning? The words stir your curiosity, but they also stir your fear. You glance at the key again. The ancient iron is pulsing faintly, almost as if it is alive with the same energy from the book, the ritual, and the drawing. The key itself must have a purpose, a connection to this gatekeeper and these ancient symbols. You can feel the presence of answers buried in these pages, but you know this journey won't be easy. You take a deep breath and carefully begin to translate the text. The ancient symbols seem to reveal hints about gateways, rituals, and the delicate balance of power that governs the use of these ancient seals. They speak of entities that lie in waiting, bound by powerful rituals, yet not entirely sealed. Some symbols offer protection, others open doors. One word keeps appearing: transference. You pause. Transference. It could mean many things: shifting energy, moving between worlds, changing the very essence of binding and sealing. Could this be the way to strengthen your position? Could this explain the gatekeeper, the presence, and the whispers? The book speaks of using transference to shift the balance, to seal a force or to empower it, a double-edged sword. You can feel its weight as you read these passages. The ancient power offers no clear answer, just cryptic warnings. There is mention of blood sacrifices, symbolic representations, and energy as conduits. Your mind reels. You close your eyes and try to process what you've learned. The presence is tied to gateways, keys, and ancient forces. The gatekeeper is real, and it is connected to these seals. You don't yet know if this being is friend or foe, but your path is clear. You must uncover the truth about these rituals, this transference, and the gatekeeper itself. There is no turning back now. A sudden noise pulls you from your thoughts. You freeze, your heart pounding in your chest. The sound is faint, a low groaning, distant, yet clear enough to stir panic within you. The presence isn't fully gone. Perhaps it's trying to find its way back. Perhaps your ritual only weakened it temporarily. Your breath comes faster, your eyes scanning the ancient library, seeking movement in the shadows. The groaning grows louder. You glance at the book once more. The knowledge has given you a glimpse of the future, the path forward, and the price of failure. The symbols, the key, the gatekeeper, they are all connected, but the presence is shifting. You can feel its intent through the air, darker, hungrier, and angrier. You know what you must do. You must prepare. The book offers answers, but you must take the next step carefully. The gatekeeper may hold the key to controlling the presence, or it may be another obstacle in this ancient game. You feel that the answers lie not just in ancient texts, but in the spaces between these symbols, between the rituals, and between your own choices. You light another candle, its golden flame illuminating the cryptic symbols. The path has become clearer, a glimpse into your future, though uncertain. The gatekeeper awaits, and you must decide whether to approach it, prepare for it, or destroy its path entirely. Your hand clenches tighter around the key. The journey has begun, and your fate hangs in the balance. The night is colder now, and the candlelight flickers as though it's struggling to stand against the weight of the shadows. You stare at the symbols, the book, the key, the pieces of this ancient puzzle. The presence hasn't fully retreated. You can feel it pressing, writhing just out of reach. And you know that the ritual, while effective, was only a temporary measure. You have a choice to make. The book and its cryptic passages have shown you glimpses of the truth. The gatekeeper, the symbols, the presence, they're all tied together, and each thread pulls you toward the unknown. But how much can you rely on ancient texts and cryptic warnings? How much of this is meant to trap you, mislead you, or make you powerless? There's only one way to know. You must venture into the shadows, beyond these walls, into the unknown, into the paths where the gatekeeper waits. There's a risk, yes, but the book has given you fragments of clues, and the presence is far from passive. Time is slipping, and every moment you hesitate allows it to gather strength. The shadows are calling you. You take a deep breath, your heart pounding, and extinguish the candle. The shadows surge in response, filling the space like ink bleeding into water. The library feels alive again, its ancient walls watching, testing. Your hands tighten on the key. It feels heavier now, a relic of power, a connection to these ancient forces, a guide through this treacherous path. You step into the cold stone corridor once again. The air is damp and alive with the scent of earth and stone. Your flashlight cuts through the gloom, illuminating faint patterns on the walls as you move. Every step feels deliberate. Every sound, the distant drip of water, the groaning of stone, feels magnified, alive. Your breath comes in short, sharp bursts as you follow the path deeper into the bowels of this ancient place. The book mentioned pathways, hidden routes, forgotten doors, places tied to rituals and symbols. It spoke of shadowed passageways and energies that could lead to the gatekeeper itself. These ancient tunnels, long sealed and forgotten, might be your only way in. You follow your instincts, the cold wind carrying hints of moisture and movement. The presence brushes at the edges of your mind, like a whisper, and you push it back, your hand clutching the iron key tighter. The corridor narrows, and you find yourself before a heavy, iron-bound door, old, ancient, and almost unyielding. Your flashlight illuminates its surface, and you spot symbols etched into the stone around the frame. Familiar symbols. These are the same ones from the book, the same ones you traced during your rituals. This is it, a gateway perhaps, or a path. You set your hand on the cold, rusted handle and turn it. The sound of creaking iron makes your stomach knot. The door groans open, revealing a passageway cloaked in darkness. The air spills out, colder, damp, alive. You step through. The hallway is narrow, stone walls damp with age. The air is colder here, more alive, with that same presence you felt before. Deeper, more powerful. You can feel it now, the weight of ancient symbols, of ancient gateways, and of ancient power. The further you go, the less comfortable you feel. The air feels thinner, and the shadows feel alive, as if they are waiting, watching. You follow the path down uneven stone stairs, your breath ragged. The sound of your footsteps in the dark feels intrusive, the groaning stone and the sound of your pulse filling your ears. The tunnel grows colder with every step, and you know you're entering deeper territory. Something is down here. You can sense it. The shadows grow thicker as you step into an ancient stone chamber. The glow of your flashlight reveals ancient symbols, more cryptic, more ancient, etched into every surface. The walls are alive with patterns, geometries, glyphs that seem to dance in your flashlight's glow. These must be connected to the presence, to the gatekeeper, to the ancient rituals. The symbols are pulsing. They move. You take a step back. Your flashlight illuminates something in the center of the chamber. An ancient altar, stone worn smooth with age and centuries of use. The symbols are written around it in concentric circles, glowing faintly. They pulse in time with your breathing, as if alive. The presence is strong here, undeniable. And then you hear it, a sound, a whisper. It's not your imagination. You freeze, your breath catching, your hand gripping the key tightly. The presence is here, the gatekeeper is here, or at least something is. You can feel it, the energy surging beneath the stones, alive with intent. You can't see it, but it's there, just beyond the light's reach, just outside your vision. The key pulses faintly. You step forward, your voice trembling as you speak the first words from the book. I seek understanding. The air shifts. The sound comes again. A whisper, closer this time, unmistakable, laden with power. I seek knowledge. The presence responds, not with words but with a deep vibration, as if the very air itself is speaking. The symbols on the stone altar begin to glow brighter, responding to your words. You place your hand on the key and whisper the next phrase, the ancient language flowing from your lips with a strange certainty. Show me the path. The glow intensifies. The shadows shift in response. And then the presence reveals itself. A form begins to manifest, faint at first, wispy, an ethereal figure rising from the symbols themselves. The shape is humanoid but fluid, shadowy, intangible. Its face is obscured, but you can feel its presence, its awareness. Ancient, cold, deliberate. The gatekeeper speaks low, reverberating, a voice that feels like the weight of centuries. You have awakened me. Your heart leaps in your chest. I seek balance, you whisper. I seek knowledge to stop this, to end this. The figure moves closer, its voice pulling into your bones. To end this, you must understand the path. But knowledge has its price. Your breath quickens. What is the price? You ask. The figure is silent for a moment, its shadowy presence towering over you. Sacrifice, it says. Your hands tremble as the words sink into you. Sacrifice. The gatekeeper waits. The shadows move closer. You know this is only the beginning. The air hangs heavy in the stone chamber, cold and sharp with the scent of earth and ancient stone. The gatekeeper looms before you, a figure of shadows, unknowable, ancient, and powerful. The presence seems to press into the air around you, alive with intent. Its voice, low and resonant, echoes in your bones. To end this, you must understand the path. But knowledge has its price. You stare at the shadowy figure, your heart pounding. Sacrifice. The word hangs in the air like a death sentence. You struggle to find your voice, to ask, to reason, to demand. But all you can feel is the weight of its presence. The ancient power radiates outward, a hum of energy you can feel in your chest. What kind of sacrifice? You manage to croak, your voice trembling under the weight of fear and awe. The gatekeeper moves closer, or perhaps you feel it moving closer, the shadows shifting and responding to your words. His voice has no true warmth, no mercy. Blood is the price. It has always been the price. Your breath catches. Blood. You've read of sacrifices in ancient texts, cryptic rituals, and ancient powers bound to death and binding. But hearing it spoken so plainly, so directly, shakes you to the core. Blood has power, it always has, but this was the price to stop the presence, to shut the shadows, to gain the knowledge necessary to survive. The weight of the choice pulls at you. You try to find some other path, some other way. There has to be another way. You speak again, desperation lacing your voice. There has to be another way. Please, I can offer something else. Energy, time, ancient tools, anything but this. The gatekeeper is still, and for a moment you think it might consider your plea. The glow of the symbols continues to pulse, and the air feels tighter, colder, like the shadow itself is breathing, thinking. Offerings can satiate hunger, but will not satisfy the balance. Blood must flow. Your fingers tighten around the iron key. The shadows seem to twist in response to your uncertainty, your fear. The gatekeeper's presence is immense, powerful. You can feel it, like an abyss just outside your ability to grasp fully. You wonder, could you deny this? Could you find another way without surrendering the price it demands? The symbols pulse again, brighter this time. What will happen if I refuse? You ask, your voice low, unsure. The gatekeeper is silent. Its presence feels infinite, the air vibrating as if it is considering you, testing you, as though time itself is listening. It will not wait forever, it says finally. The shadows will return. They will consume you. The presence will devour you. The words are a sentence, cold, final, and unyielding. You step back, your body shaking. The weight of the decision feels unbearable. You stare at the stone altar again, at the ancient symbols, at the glowing patterns, at the glowing presence that now feels alive with hunger. You look at your hands, steady for so long in rituals but trembling now. The presence is here. The symbols are alive. You know you must act. But how? The question gnaws at you. You close your eyes, trying to summon strength, trying to weigh your options, trying to find a way to resist this. The shadows shift again, and the gatekeeper looms closer. You can feel its energy, its hunger, its ancient will. The price is here. You can almost feel the iron taste of it, blood, sacrifice, the ancient words made real. Would you give in? Would you find the strength to endure? The shadows press in closer, and then your voice cuts through the air again. I will pay the price. The words feel like an execution, a surrender, a promise you can't take back. The gatekeeper's presence responds immediately. A deep, satisfied vibration. The symbols pulse brighter. The air grows colder. Very well, it intones low and final. Prepare yourself. You feel it. The energy building. The shadows reaching out like a tide, pulling you deeper into the ancient unknown. Your knees feel weak, your hands tremble. There's no turning back now. The gatekeeper has made its demand. You have accepted. The symbols glow brighter. The air grows colder. The shadows grow closer. And then you prepare for what comes next. The air in the chamber feels colder, like icy fingers reaching into your bones. The gatekeeper stands before you, a looming presence of shadows, its form undulating with every subtle motion. Its words are clear. You must pay the price, and the price is blood. You feel your heartbeat pounding in your chest. A cold sweat clings to your skin as you look around the ancient chamber. Symbols glowing, shadows writhing, and your hands trembling with fear and uncertainty. The gatekeeper is watching you, patient yet powerful, and time feels like it is running thin. You search the book again, desperate for guidance, a way to strengthen yourself, a way to minimize this cost. But you find nothing, only ancient descriptions of the same demands, the same patterns, the same rituals, each leading to blood. Your heart sinks as you realize you have little choice. The ritual must begin. You gather the supplies from the ancient ritual stones. A dagger, ancient, rusted, imbued with symbols etched into its blade, and place it on the altar. The glow of the symbols casts long, dancing shadows over the worn stone surface. The air feels tighter with every step, every breath. You can feel the presence of the gatekeeper as you prepare. It is close now, waiting. With trembling hands, you prepare your body, your mind, and your focus. The words from the book replay in your mind as you draw the dagger across your palm. A sharp, quick motion. The pain is immediate, fiery, sharp, but you force yourself not to falter. Blood wells from your hand, droplets hitting the stone altar, sizzling as they make contact with the ancient symbols. The gatekeeper responds. The glow intensifies as your blood mingles with the ancient energy. The shadows in the corners of the chamber seem to grow, twisting in rhythm with the symbols. The presence, once distant, now feels alive. It vibrates in response to your offering, a low, guttural hum. You take another deep breath. The book spoke of blood as a key, a sacrifice to bridge the ancient gateways, to connect with the presence, to quiet the gatekeeper, or to gain its trust. You can feel the ancient power pulsing beneath your hands, in the symbols, in the air. The gatekeeper moves closer, its shadowy form becoming more defined, its intent clear. Accept this, you whisper, offering your words in the ancient language. Your voice shakes but steadies as you speak. I give this to you. The shadows press closer. Your body feels weak, trembling, but you hold on to the ritual. You place your hand fully on the dagger and let your blood run freely over the altar's surface. The power builds, the ancient energy is alive now, a presence that is tugging, pulling, alive and hungry. You can feel your body giving in, your energy slipping, but you push through the pain. The symbols glow brighter. The gatekeeper's voice comes again, low, rumbling, in the space between worlds. You have paid the price. The shadows search. The air grows colder still, and you can feel the power reaching its peak. A bridge, a connection, a gateway. The darkness feels alive now, like it could swallow the air, the stone, the world itself. Your breath comes harder, your body trembling as the ancient symbols pulse beneath your touch. You can sense the presence folding, twisting, but you are uncertain what this means. Has the gatekeeper accepted your offering? Or is this the beginning of something far worse? You can hear the whisper again, an ancient, slow sound that twists in your mind. Look into the depths. You force yourself to keep your eyes open, even as your body feels weaker. The shadows around you begin to shift, forming shapes, faint shapes, humanoid, otherworldly. You see them twisting, gateways, symbols, figures forming from darkness and mist. The gatekeeper's presence builds further. Your breath is ragged now, your vision swimming. You wonder if this is what death feels like, giving your energy, your essence to ancient rituals, surrendering to forces older than understanding. You can feel your blood being absorbed, your energy being connected, the ancient path forming. And then the image emerges. A vast, ancient gateway appears before you. Stone and energy, ancient patterns swirling like a storm of glyphs and symbols. The shape is beautiful, terrifying, otherworldly. The shadows part as though they're alive, showing you a glimpse of a realm far, distant, ancient. A place of energy, ancient forces, and secrets. You stare, unable to tear your gaze away. The gatekeeper's voice reverberates through your bones again. To see the truth, you must understand it. To understand it, you must surrender yourself. Your hand trembles. You can feel your body struggling. Blood loss, fear, power. The shadows, the symbols, and the ancient energy all seem to be pulling you into this vision, this gateway. Your body is failing, but the gatekeeper's presence is steady, unyielding. You can hear whispers again. They are voices, faint, ancient, cryptic, speaking truths you cannot yet comprehend. The gateway beckons, pulling at your very essence. The shadows form shapes, figures, creatures, ancient symbols a path. The power is immense, and yet you hesitate. This choice, this act is irreversible. You can step into the gateway, let yourself pass through to understand what lies beyond, or you can resist and try to find another path. But the cost of resisting will be dire. The presence will return, and you may lose everything. The shadows grow darker. The gatekeeper waits. Time feels suspended. You close your eyes, taking a deep breath, and make your choice. Your heart is pounding as the glowing energy of the ancient gateway stretches before you. The air around you feels alive, cold, electric, tinged with a power you can't fully understand. The symbols dance with energy, a swirling storm of light and darkness, and the shadows seem to pull at you, beckoning you toward the unknown. You take a shaky breath, unsure of your own strength. Your hand still rests on the altar, your blood having mingled with ancient symbols, the price of knowledge now paid. The gatekeeper's presence looms behind you, solid, cold, watching. The gateway waits. You can feel the pull, like a whisper at the edges of your mind, like the tug of invisible fingers wrapping around your very essence. The presence is alive now, powerful, hungry, guiding you toward this doorway. You have already paid the price. The choice is clear. Now, the only question is whether you'll surrender completely. You step toward the glowing threshold. The air is colder here, sharper, darker, and it smells faintly of ancient stone, damp earth, and long-forgotten whispers. Your breath catches as you stare into the swirling energy. You can see glimpses of it, half-formed shadows, ancient gateways, realms that feel timeless. Shapes move in the mist beyond the stone portal. Figures, presences, worlds. It is beautiful. It is terrifying. The energy grows stronger as you take another step forward, the pull becoming more insistent. You feel your body trembling, your legs weak from the ritual and your own uncertainty. But the pull is irresistible now. You force yourself to move, placing one shaky foot over the glowing threshold. The moment you do, the sensation is overwhelming. A rush of cold, an electric pull, a vibration that runs through your body like lightning. You feel as though your very essence is being torn apart, pulled through time and space into an ancient unknown. There's no time to think, to resist. The light engulfs you, and all you can feel is pressure, energy, and shadows. The gateway closes behind you. The air feels colder on the other side. You're standing in a vast space. Shadows and light dance together, stretching endlessly in every direction. The air is alive here, vibrating with ancient power. The ground beneath you feels unfamiliar. Smooth stone, mist rising from beneath your feet. You can hear whispers, faint, distant, untraceable. Shapes move in the shadows, figures that emerge and vanish as though alive with will. You are no longer in your own world. This is not the chamber anymore. This is a place of ancient energy, shadow, and forgotten truths. The symbols resonate here, etched into the air, into the stone, into the mist itself. You can see the shapes forming, patterns repeating, geometries alive with movement. The presence is here with you. You can feel it even if you cannot see it clearly. It's large, vast, and alive, a consciousness that twists and breathes older than understanding. You can sense its curiosity, its hunger, its intent. You are being observed. You take another step into this unknown realm, the mist swirling around you, the shadows twisting. You clutch at your chest, at your heart, at the fragile remains of your strength. The air is alive with whispers now, fragmented voices, ancient chants, and symbols. You reach out, trying to decipher their meaning, but they slip away like fragments of dreams. The symbols glow in front of you. They shift, dance, pulse. The ancient truths are here, waiting to be uncovered. You can feel the weight of discovery, the knowledge you've sought, the answers you hoped for. But it feels wrong, as though the very energy of this place is alive, watching, testing, pulling. You can feel that this isn't merely a journey into the unknown. It is a test. Every step, every whisper, every shadow moving in the mist is a test. Your body is weak. Your mind is fragile, but your curiosity pushes you forward. You take a deep breath and press on, taking steps into the swirling mists, feeling the shadows dance against your skin. The air is alive here, pulsing, alive, ancient, and it begins to part, revealing glimpses of shapes, of symbols, of pathways leading deeper into this vast realm. The whispers grow louder. You can hear words now, ancient, distant, incomprehensible. Your hand trembles as you trace the symbols in the air before you. The mist responds, shapes shifting, forming. You feel energy, power, secrets pulling at you. The presence is all around you, observing, pressing. You've come this far. Now you must decide. Will you give in to the shadows? Will you uncover their secrets, their truths? Or will you resist? Try to return to your own world and confront the reality that you may not truly understand what you've unleashed. The presence waits. The whispers grow louder. The shadows shift. Your heart is in your throat as you step forward. What will you choose? The mist is cold as it wraps around your hands and face, twisting like living smoke. Every step you take sends ripples through the air. Shadows part, symbols shimmer and dance, and the very earth beneath your feet vibrates with a low hum. The energy here is immense, older than memory, more primal than reason. You pause for a moment, your breath shallow. The weight of this place hangs on you like a shroud. The whispers have grown louder now, no longer fragments of incomprehensible sound, but complete phrases. Fragments of a language that you feel you could almost grasp if only you could focus. What is this place? You wonder. You take another step, more cautiously this time, as though the very mist has eyes and is watching you. The presence is everywhere, a vast, unknowable force. You can feel its intent in the air, ancient, ageless, indifferent, observing. The symbols seem to move as you approach them, swirling in the mist, almost alive. The shapes take on meaning, patterns of geometry and light, ancient languages, cryptic paths. Every step feels like an act of defiance, a challenge to the darkness, as if the shadows themselves could reject you at any moment. Your voice trembles as you speak into the mist. What is this place? What lies beyond this gateway? The air grows still. The whispers stop. The shadows shift. You can feel the presence focusing on you. Not hostile, but vast, contemplative, curious. Answer me, you demand, though your voice shakes. You are uncertain if speaking here carries meaning, but you must try. The mist parts briefly ahead of you. Shapes emerge, faint figures, ancient forms of long-forgotten beings. their shapes humanoid but distorted, their eyes glowing faintly with ancient light. They watch you, their presence ethereal, as though the very air has formed them out of memories. One of them speaks, or perhaps it speaks within your mind. The sound is ancient, layered with meaning you can almost comprehend. You seek knowledge, traveler. You shudder. The voice isn't loud, but it reverberates through your bones. Every word carries weight, centuries of language and power. Yes, you whisper, I seek the truth. I need to know what lies behind these shadows. I need to understand. The figure or the voice continues. Knowledge is not a gift. Knowledge is a burden. To know is to understand, but understanding comes with consequence. The mists shift again, forming patterns of light and darkness, geometric symbols that twist and dance in ways that pull at your gaze. You try to stay strong, but the presence has begun to tug at you again. Faint whispers, energies brushing against your mind. What must I do to learn, to survive? You demand, pushing your fear down, focusing. The whispers answer. You must walk the paths that have been long forgotten. You must sacrifice what binds you, not just your blood, but your soul. You freeze. The word hangs in the air. So, the shadows pulse, moving in waves, and the presence seems to grow closer. The figures in the mist shimmer again, and you can feel them watching, observing, knowing your uncertainty. You came here willingly, the voice continues. The price is steep. You will find truths here, but truths can blind as much as they can reveal. The air feels colder. You step back, uncertain if you can handle this. The whispers press harder against your mind, their presence becoming invasive, suffocating. Fear creeps into your bones again. What do you mean by truths? You ask. The mist swirls and symbols shift in the air, forming strange, incomprehensible glyphs that glow faintly with an otherworldly light. The figures seem to gesture at the glowing symbols. The path you have chosen is a labyrinth, they whisper, and every step forward reveals a truth you may not wish to know. The presence tightens. You feel it now. This force isn't just passive. It is ancient, alive, and watching. The gatekeeper's promise feels true here. You've stepped into a place of consequence, a realm of decisions, shadow, and revelation. You have a choice. You can step deeper into this unknown, uncover the secrets you seek, and risk losing your mind to truths you may not be able to understand. Or you can retreat, return through the gateway, and attempt to sever your connection to this ancient force. But would you survive the return? Would you live knowing the answers you had glimpsed and abandoned? The shadows shift again. The presence watches you. The voice speaks, more insistent now, pulling at your will. Choose. You take a deep breath. The air feels sharp, biting, and uncertain. The whispers push into your mind again, repeating phrases, fragments of ancient rituals, forgotten names, warnings. The shadows part and symbols shimmer. Your hand trembles. You have to decide. The mists swirl violently now, light dancing with shadow. Do you want the knowledge? The voice seems to ask. Or do you want safety? You can feel your soul teetering between the two. The choice is yours. You take a steadying breath and steel yourself against the pull of fear. The presence presses harder now, the whispers in your mind growing louder, vibrating with ancient power and promise. There is no going back. You've come this far, you will see this through no matter the cost. You step forward, deeper into the mists, toward the glowing symbols. The moment your foot touches the ground, the air shifts, the mist thickens, swirling violently around you. Shapes twist and move in the shadows. Hints of tunnels, paths, and pathways forming and dissolving, forming again. The ancient symbols respond to your presence, glowing brighter, their energies alive and pulsing. The presence seems to guide you, not with force but with suggestion, subtle guidance. You sense that this is no ordinary journey. The path you've chosen is a physical and mental maze, both symbolic and literal. Every step is a decision, every step a chance to learn or to lose yourself entirely. The mists part in front of you, revealing a path, a faint, winding trail that stretches into the unknown. The air feels colder as you step onto it, mist rising like pale, glowing fingers around you. The whispers grow louder again, fragments of meaning and language that you feel you could almost understand but never fully grasp. This is the path. The words come from nowhere yet everywhere. The voice is calm, timeless. You follow the trail without hesitation, your heart pounding, every step shaking you to your core. The symbols on the mist dance as you pass, illuminating your path with faint, pulsing light. The labyrinth is alive. Every stone, every step, every whisper feels ancient and deliberate. The paths twist and turn, a complex web of shadow and stone, pathways that fold into one another. You feel disoriented, as though the air itself has no fixed direction. It isn't just physical here. The labyrinth is a mental construct, layered with symbolism and ancient truths. You pause at a fork in the path. The mists twist here, and the symbols pulse brighter, glyphs shifting, forming and reforming themselves. The presence is watching. You can feel its curiosity pressing on your thoughts. You ask aloud, "Which way?" The mists ripple as if in response. Before you, two paths appear, one glowing faintly red, the other a cold blue. The red path feels hot, pulsing with the energy of memories and emotion. Pain, anger, war, sacrifice. The blue path is colder, distant, calm. The energy of ancient wisdom, secrets, and timeless truths. You hesitate. Your body shakes as the mists part again, and the voice comes again, calm and ethereal. Choose. The choice feels symbolic. The red path could lead to powerful truths, but perhaps at a terrible cost. The blue path could guide you to understanding, but it may lead you to isolation and an uncomfortable knowledge of truths you may not be prepared for. You can feel the presence. It is testing you. Your heart sinks as you realize that every choice could change you. What do you seek? Power? Knowledge? The truth? Or freedom from this? You can feel your soul wavering, your mind battling with ancient forces. But time is fleeting. The choice is yours. You close your eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, and step toward the blue path. The air grows colder as you make your choice. The mists part once again, the symbols glowing and guiding your path as you step into the cold blue glow. The air feels sharp, like the biting winds of winter. The presence follows you, but it does not resist. You can feel its curiosity as you press on, one step at a time. The labyrinth twists and turns before you, the paths winding in ways that defy logic. The symbols in the mist shimmer with cryptic meaning, and you can hear whispers once more, though this time they feel softer, fragments of ancient truths, pieces of knowledge trying to reach you. The deeper you go, the more time seems to lose meaning. The air grows colder still, and you can feel the presence brushing against your thoughts. Your breath comes in short, shallow bursts as you press onward, determined to find answers, to understand what lies beyond these shadowy paths. After what feels like hours or moments, you arrive at a vast structure in the heart of the mist. It is ancient. The stone is black and glows faintly with symbols you cannot yet understand. The structure looms before you, ancient, ageless, a monument to forgotten time. You can feel the weight of its presence, the pull of its ancient energy. The path before you leads into its dark entrance, an archway glowing faintly with symbols in blue light. You feel your heartbeat. The choice to walk toward it is both inevitable and terrifying. You step into the structure. The air changes as you cross the threshold. You feel a vibration deep within your bones, the ancient presence growing stronger, pressing harder. Symbols glow brighter here, lining the walls. The air feels alive, charged with memory, truth, and pain. You can hear whispers clearer now. The ancient secrets are trying to reach you. You press forward, heart pounding, mind uncertain. Every step feels like a burden, as if the very structure is alive and judging you. The whispers grow louder, a blend of language, sensation, and understanding. Symbols twist, form, and dissolve around you. And then you hear a voice. It isn't a whisper this time. It is clear, ancient, calm, resonating with power. You seek the truth. You stop. Your body trembles. Yes, you manage to say, your voice barely audible. The voice continues. But the truth is never simple. The truth will reveal everything you fear, everything you desire. Do you truly want to know? The air feels sharp. Your hands tremble. You take a shaky breath. The presence waits. You can feel the weight of the choice. You know you can stop here, turn back, and leave this labyrinth, never learning what lies beyond. Or you can press forward into the structure. Let the whispers lead you to the ancient truth. Your choice. The labyrinth waits. The presence waits. You step deeper. The air grows colder with every step you take into the shadowed structure. The whispers are louder now, and their meaning begins to take shape, fragments of ancient words and knowledge pressing into your mind. You can feel their weight, their significance, their truths, but the deeper you go, the harder it becomes to focus. The walls of the ancient structure are carved with glyphs and symbols, glowing faintly with that ethereal blue light. They pulse rhythmically, as though alive, breathing, and observing. Your breath catches as you run your hand over one of the ancient symbols. The stone is cold beneath your fingers, and you can feel the resonance, energy, alive, ancient, powerful. Your heart beats hard in your chest. You can sense that the deeper you go into this ancient place, the more the whispers will become clear, the more secrets you will uncover. But you fear what these secrets will show you. Will they lead to knowledge or to ruin? Will they tear you apart? The air feels sharper as you press onward, the mist swirling behind you, symbols twisting and dancing. A sudden vibration rattles the ground beneath your feet. Not strong, but deliberate. The air shifts again, and you can feel another presence, another force, waiting in the shadows. You stop, your body tensed, your mind racing. The presence is alive. You can feel it, vast, ancient, watching. The whispers come again, clear this time, direct. You have come far. The voice is ancient, timeless, layered with the weight of centuries. It feels as though it is speaking directly into your thoughts. You have paid the price. Now you stand at the edge of all knowledge. You shudder. What do you mean? You ask, your voice trembling. The presence responds. The truths here are buried beneath centuries of shadow. They are truths that have broken many. They are truths that can save and truths that can destroy. The symbols on the stone walls begin to glow brighter as if reacting to the words. The mist coils, swirling into shapes that seem almost human, outlines of figures that flicker, shadows of memories. The voice continues. Do you truly seek the truth? You hesitate. It feels as though your very soul is teetering on the edge of understanding. Understanding that could bring peace, but could also shatter your mind. I need to know. You say finally, uncertain if you even believe your own words. The presence grows more still, and the mist gathers around you. Very well, the voice says, and the air vibrates with its power. I will show you the truth. But remember, knowledge comes at a cost. The symbols on the walls shift rapidly now, forming geometric patterns that seem to form a portal, a path, an opening within the stone. The glow of light intensifies, illuminating your path with blue energy. You can feel the pressure in the air as the presence beckons you forward. You take a deep breath and step into the glow. The world shifts. The air feels like ice. The light is blinding for a moment. Blue and white, swirling with energy, alive with meaning. Your heart races as you are pulled through space, time, and shadow. The ground disappears beneath you, replaced by a sensation of weightlessness, of floating through ancient currents. When your eyes adjust, you are no longer in the shadowy labyrinth. You are somewhere else. The place is vast, endless, yet timeless. The air is cold and feels alive, swirling with mist and energy. Shapes float in and out of focus around you. Shadows of figures, ancient beings, representations of memories. You can feel their gaze, their presence ancient and knowing. You are in the heart of truth. Your voice is weak as you ask aloud, "What is this place?" The voice responds from all around you, vast, disembodied. This is the threshold, the heart of forgotten memories and ancient truths. The figures begin to materialize in the mist, vast shapes, humanoid but ancient, their eyes glowing with energy. They are powerful, ageless, remnants of civilizations long buried. The symbols dance around them, shifting, forming, and vanishing. They speak without words, their presence communicating history, knowledge, pain. The ancients understood the cycles, the voice says, life, death, memory, war, and knowledge. They understood how paths can lead to creation, to destruction, or to revelation. You stare at the figures, at their shapes, their glowing eyes, their silent, eternal gaze. The voice continues. They built gateways to control these forces, to observe, to learn. But they became obsessed, as all civilizations do when they chase knowledge without understanding the cost. The mist swirls again. The symbols glow brightly. You are now here to see the truths of their mistakes, of their knowledge, of their power. Look, before you the mist shifts. Shapes begin to form, visions, memories, ancient events, shadowy representations of ancient wars and sacrifices. You can see groups of figures, armies, civilizations, gathering around firelit altars, chanting in unison. You see symbols glowing, gates opening, and wars being waged over the power of these ancient truths. Your breath catches. These images feel real, ancient, timeless. Not merely memories, but the essence of history itself, preserved within this ancient threshold. You see civilizations rise and fall. You see sacrifices, blood, pain, and power. You see knowledge being extracted from these ancient symbols, rituals performed in ancient stone chambers. The figures offer their lives, their energy, their souls, hoping for enlightenment or power. Some find answers, some find ruin. Your mind is racing as the visions continue. This was their mistake, the voice says. They sought knowledge, and in doing so, they tore the veil. They brought this realm into being, allowed it to grow, to take root, and they discovered the terrible cost. You see shadows now, beings twisting in pain, figures enslaved by the symbols, gateways that shimmer with blue and red light, paths leading into forgotten voids. You can feel their pain, their whispers, their anguish. Feels real. And then the voice says, "This is the path you are on now." You feel your heart sink. You understand, at least partially, the weight of what you have uncovered. This isn't just a journey into ancient shadows. This is a cycle, a choice, one that many civilizations have faced before you. Knowledge and sacrifice, power and ruin. And you are at the threshold. You can almost feel the pull of the presence again, its hunger, its desire. But this time you understand a little more. The path you take now will determine everything. What will you do? The threshold watches, the presence waits, and the choice is yours. The air grows colder with every step you take into the shadowed structure. The whispers are louder now, and their meaning begins to take shape, fragments of ancient words and knowledge pressing into your mind. You can feel their weight, their significance, their truths, but the deeper you go, the harder it becomes to focus. The walls of the ancient structure are carved with glyphs and symbols, glowing faintly with that ethereal blue light. They pulse rhythmically, as though alive, breathing, and observing. Your breath catches as you run your hand over one of the ancient symbols. The stone is cold beneath your fingers, and you can feel the resonance, energy, alive, ancient, powerful. Your heart beats hard in your chest. You can sense that the deeper you go into this ancient place, the more the whispers will become clear, the more secrets you will uncover. But you fear what these secrets will show you. Will they lead to knowledge or to ruin? Will they tear you apart? The air feels sharper as you press onward, the mist swirling behind you, symbols twisting and dancing. A sudden vibration rattles the ground beneath your feet. Not strong, but deliberate. The air shifts again, and you can feel another presence, another force, waiting in the shadows. You stop, your body tensed, your mind racing. The presence is alive. You can feel it, vast, ancient, watching. The whispers come again, clear this time, direct. You have come far. The voice is ancient, timeless, layered with the weight of centuries. It feels as though it is speaking directly into your thoughts. You have paid the price. Now you stand at the edge of all knowledge. You shudder. What do you mean? You ask, your voice trembling. The presence responds. The truths here are buried beneath centuries of shadow. They are truths that have broken many. They are truths that can save, and truths that can destroy. The symbols on the stone walls begin to glow brighter as if reacting to the words. The mist coils, swirling into shapes that seem almost human, outlines of figures that flicker, shadows of memories. The voice continues. Do you truly seek the truth? You hesitate. It feels as though your very soul is teetering on the edge of understanding. Understanding that could bring peace, but could also shatter your mind. I need to know. You say finally, uncertain if you even believe your own words. The presence grows more still, and the mist gathers around you. Very well, the voice says, and the air vibrates with its power. I will show you the truth. But remember, knowledge comes at a cost. The symbols on the walls shift rapidly now, forming geometric patterns that seem to form a portal, a path, an opening within the stone. The glow of light intensifies, illuminating your path with blue energy. You can feel the pressure in the air as the presence beckons you forward. You take a deep breath and step into the glow. The world shifts. The air feels like ice. The light is blinding for a moment. Blue and white, swirling with energy, alive with meaning. Your heart races as you are pulled through space, time, and shadow. The ground disappears beneath you, replaced by a sensation of weightlessness, of floating through ancient currents. When your eyes adjust, you are no longer in the shadowy labyrinth. You are somewhere else. The place is vast, endless, yet timeless. The air is cold and feels alive, swirling with mist and energy. Shapes float in and out of focus around you. Shadows of figures, ancient beings, representations of memories. You can feel their gaze, their presence ancient and knowing. You are in the heart of truth. Your voice is weak as you ask aloud, "What is this place?" The voice responds from all around you, vast, disembodied. This is the threshold, the heart of forgotten memories and ancient truths. The figures begin to materialize in the mist, vast shapes, humanoid but ancient, their eyes glowing with energy. They are powerful, ageless, remnants of civilizations long buried. The symbols dance around them, shifting, forming, and vanishing. They speak without words, their presence communicating history, knowledge, pain. The ancients understood the cycles, the voice says, life, death, memory, war, and knowledge. They understood how paths can lead to creation, to destruction, or to revelation. You stare at the figures, at their shapes, their glowing eyes, their silent, eternal gaze. The voice continues. They built gateways to control these forces, to observe, to learn. But they became obsessed, as all civilizations do when they chase knowledge without understanding the cost. The mist swirls again. The symbols glow brightly. You are now here to see the truths of their mistakes, of their knowledge, of their power. Look, before you the mist shifts. Shapes begin to form, visions, memories, ancient events, shadowy representations of ancient wars and sacrifices. You can see groups of figures, armies, civilizations. gathering around firelit altars, chanting in unison. You see symbols glowing, gates opening, and wars being waged over the power of these ancient truths. Your breath catches. These images feel real, ancient, timeless. Not merely memories, but the essence of history itself, preserved within this ancient threshold. You see civilizations rise and fall. You see sacrifices, blood, pain, and power. You see knowledge being extracted from these ancient symbols, rituals performed in ancient stone chambers. The figures offer their lives, their energy, their souls, hoping for enlightenment or power. Some find answers, some find ruin. Your mind is racing as the visions continue. This was their mistake, the voice says. They sought knowledge, and in doing so, they tore the veil. They brought this realm into being, allowed it to grow, to take root, and they discovered the terrible cost. You see shadows now, beings twisting in pain, figures enslaved by the symbols, gateways that shimmer with blue and red light, paths leading into forgotten voids. You can feel their pain, their whispers, their anguish. Feels real. And then the voice says, "This is the path you are on now." You feel your heart sink. You understand, at least partially, the weight of what you have uncovered. This isn't just a journey into ancient shadows. This is a cycle, a choice, one that many civilizations have faced before you. Knowledge and sacrifice, power and ruin. And you are at the threshold. You can almost feel the pull of the presence again, its hunger, its desire. But this time you understand a little more. The path you take now will determine everything. What will you do? The threshold watches, the presence waits, and the choice is yours. The air around you hums with an intensity you've never felt before, almost as though the labyrinth itself is alive, breathing, watching, waiting. The moment you step forward into the swirling blue symbols, the mist thickens, swirling around you with renewed urgency. The ancient figures, once distant and vague, now seem to draw closer, their glowing eyes flickering with a knowing intensity. The presence is powerful here, almost overwhelming. The whispers that had been so distant before now flood your mind, fragments of forgotten language, of cryptic symbols, of ancient rituals and knowledge. Your head throbs as if each word, each fragment of knowledge, is cutting through the veil of your mind. It is both painful and exhilarating, a sensation unlike anything you've ever experienced. The symbols on the walls grow brighter, almost blinding, and as you step forward, the very stone beneath your feet seems to pulse in rhythm with your heartbeat. The presence seems to grow with each step, surrounding you, filling your mind with thoughts that aren't your own, visions of things beyond time, beyond reason. You seek the truth, the voice says once more, though this time it is not a question. It is a statement absolute and undeniable. The voice seems to surround you, vibrating with ancient power. You have chosen to embrace what lies ahead. You try to speak, but your words feel small, insignificant, lost in the hum of the labyrinth's energy. The mist thickens further, twisting around you, distorting your vision. You begin to feel as if you are no longer in control of your own body, as if the labyrinth itself is guiding you, pulling you toward the center, toward the heart of the truth. The symbols flicker and change, their patterns shifting rapidly. You try to focus, but the pace is too fast, the image is too overwhelming. The whispers swirl louder and louder until you can no longer distinguish one from another. They are all the same, all woven together into a chorus of ancient voices. Then, a sudden silence. The labyrinth stills. You stand in an enormous chamber, its walls stretching far beyond your sight. It is cold here, colder than any place you've ever known, and the very air feels dense with the weight of centuries of forgotten knowledge. In the center of the chamber is a large, obsidian stone, a dark, smooth surface that seems to drink in the light around it. The stone pulses with energy, as though alive, as though it contains the very essence of the labyrinth itself. The presence stands behind you, watching. This is the heart of the labyrinth. The voice says, softer now, more intimate. This is the heart of all knowledge, all memory. The stone you see before you is the repository of all that was, all that is, and all that could be. It contains the knowledge of the ancients, the power they sought, and the truths they uncovered, and the costs they paid. You step forward, drawn to the stone, feeling its pull in the deepest part of your being. As you approach, the air seems to shimmer, and you feel as though you are standing at the threshold of something vast and incomprehensible. The stone vibrates with energy, and as you reach out to touch it, the energy surges through you. Your mind is flooded with visions. You see the ancients, their faces twisted in desperation as they stand before the stone, seeking answers. You see the power they unlocked and the terrible price they paid for it. You see wars fought over knowledge, civilizations rising and falling, all because of the stone. The figures before you, those ageless beings, are not just observers. They are the remnants of those who sought the stone, who once touched its surface and were consumed by its truths. You see their agony, their suffering, their slow descent into madness as the knowledge they sought tore them apart. You see the terrible power they wielded and the destruction they brought upon themselves and their world. And then you see yourself, your own face reflected in the stone, but it is different. It is older, weary, hollowed by the weight of the truth. You see your own future, a future where the knowledge you now crave consumes you, twists you, drags you into a dark and endless spiral. You see yourself standing alone in a world of shadows, your mind lost in the labyrinth of ancient memories, unable to escape. The visions begin to blur, shifting rapidly from one to the next, showing you countless possibilities. The endless paths that open before you and the endless costs they demand. You feel as though you are drowning in them, each truth sinking you deeper into the unknown. But through it all, you hear the voice again, calm and eternal. You have seen the cost, it says. You have seen what the ancients paid. Now you must decide. Will you take the knowledge, embrace the power, and risk your very soul? Or will you walk away, leaving the stone untouched, the truth hidden in the shadows forever? You feel the weight of the decision pressing upon you. The stone hums, alive with potential, with possibility. You can feel its power calling to you, tempting you, promising knowledge, understanding, power beyond measure. But you also feel the weight of the warning, the destruction that awaits those who dare to wield the power of the stone. You take a deep breath, your heart pounding, your mind racing. The labyrinth is watching. The stone waits. What will you do? You take a deep, shaky breath. The weight of all you've learned hangs on your shoulders, pressing into your bones. Your hand trembles as you reach out toward the obsidian stone. The glow intensifies as your fingers make contact with its cold, smooth surface. The moment you touch it, the energy surges through you. It feels like electricity and fire, ice and time all at once. Your vision blurs, and you feel as though your mind is being pulled apart, every thought unraveling as ancient truths tear into you. Your body convulses as the power surges, and you hear whispers, hundreds of whispers, thousands of voices. They are ancient, fractured, alive. The stone isn't just a repository of knowledge. It's alive. It is history, power, memory, and emotion. The whispers are not merely words but visions, fragmented memories, ancient rituals, the birth of the labyrinth itself, the wars, the betrayals, the sacrifices. You see flashes. You see ancient figures in ceremonial robes, their eyes glowing faintly as they call upon the symbols embedded into the earth. You see wars fought between factions vying for control of the knowledge within this stone. You see symbols lighting up, glowing brighter, and gateways opening, terrifying paths into other dimensions, other realms. You see the blood sacrifices, the chants, the rituals, and the endless hunger for power. You see yourself standing in their footsteps. You feel their pain, their ambition, their fear. The whispers grow louder. Power, they hiss. Control, you can change everything. The visions overwhelm you, but you cannot let go. Your mind is becoming part of them, and you feel as if you can now hear their thoughts, their fears, their desires. The truth is no longer distant. It is inside you. You can feel it, how knowledge bends the fabric of reality, how power can shape destiny, how gateways can open paths that no mortal has ever traversed. You feel yourself changing. Your body is trembling, the weight of this ancient power bearing down on your very soul. The labyrinth seems to expand, its walls alive with ancient symbols and whispers. The presence has grown stronger, more defined, its voice a chorus of ancient beings. This is the truth, it says. Its voice is calm yet final. You have chosen the path. The power is yours. Your breath is ragged. The power pulses within you, and for a moment you are unsure if you can control it. Your very thoughts feel alien, as though they are being influenced by the knowledge. The whispers are overwhelming, and you fight to keep your mind clear. You feel more alive, but more afraid than you've ever been. You try to speak, but the words feel strange, distant. Why? You manage, your voice barely audible. The presence seems to sense your hesitation, your fear. Because knowledge is never without a price, it replies. You now understand the truths. The ancients sought to understand the unknown, and they paid for it. You will pay for it as well. The stone hums louder, and you feel another surge of energy course through you, overwhelming your thoughts. You see another vision, this time darker, more visceral. You see yourself, years from now, isolated, your mind twisted by the weight of truths that no mortal was ever meant to bear. Your hands are covered in blood, and your mind is consumed by ancient whispers. You shudder violently. Is this what you wanted? Power? Knowledge? Control? The whispers are no longer fragments of ancient memory. They are becoming part of your voice, part of your thoughts. But you can't stop now. The stone has given you its gift, its curse, and you must learn to wield it. You close your eyes, trying to steady your breathing. The visions are still coming, the weight still pressing into you, but now you focusing on what this means, how this can shape you. You are now a vessel for knowledge, a keeper of ancient truths. You can wield this power to find answers, to reshape your destiny, or you can allow it to consume you. The choice stretches out before you, even though you've already taken the first step into the unknown. The labyrinth watches, the stone hums, the presence waits. The path has been taken, and now the journey begins. You awaken, or perhaps you never truly lost consciousness. The energy is still there, pulsating through your veins, and your mind feels fragmented, as though it belongs to two people at once. One the person you once were, and the other a vessel, a channel, a seeker of ancient truths. Your thoughts are distant and alien, memories from visions clashing with your reality. You are back in the heart of the labyrinth, or perhaps a different part of it. The air colder, the symbols more vivid, the mist thicker. You feel it, the weight. The labyrinth has shifted. The stone has shifted something within you, reshaping your understanding, your very existence. You can feel the pull, a deeper path, new symbols illuminating beneath your fingers as if answering your will. What will you do now? You can feel the ancient knowledge weaving into you, and you realize you are not merely a passive observer anymore. The presence waits, expectant, but you also sense its unease. The labyrinth is alive, and you can shape your own path within it. The path you follow is narrow, winding through ancient chambers and vast stone pathways. Symbols glow faintly in patterns along the walls, and their glow pulses rhythmically, almost as though they are alive, watching. The whispers grow louder as you step deeper into the stone's embrace. The visions come fast and erratic. The ancients built this labyrinth. The voice in your mind says, they buried their truths here, and they hoped no one would ever find them. You stumble, but the path holds steady beneath your feet. Every breath feels like pulling the weight of countless truths into your chest. The symbols seem to rearrange themselves before you, creating new paths, shifting, forming new patterns. You are no longer just walking through stone pathways. You are navigating a living thing, a place alive with memories, symbols, and secrets. Ahead, you see a massive gateway, its surface etched with ancient glyphs, swirling symbols glowing faintly blue and green. It hums with energy, a low, guttural vibration that seems to reach into your bones. This must be a significant passage, a way to deeper mysteries, to even darker truths. You hesitate. The voice returns, stronger this time. This is the threshold, it says. The deeper you go, the closer you will come to the origin of the labyrinth, the place where all truth began. You press your hand against the cold surface of the stone gateway, and it responds with a pulse of light. It beckons you forward. You can feel it, the gateway is alive, and it demands something of you. A choice. Will you step through and trust that you can control the power within you? Or will you hesitate, uncertain about what awaits? The whispers tug at you again. You can almost feel the secrets on the other side of this gateway. Knowledge, power, ancient truths, and all their weight. You take a deep breath, steadying your heart as it pounds in your chest. The whispers in your mind are louder now, but you ignore their pull, focusing instead on the glowing gateway ahead. The energy hums beneath your fingers as you press harder against the cold stone surface. With one final breath, you step through. The world shimmers and twists. You feel as if you're being pulled, stretched, reshaped, like the fabric of reality itself is unraveling and putting itself back together around you. A burst of light engulfs you, and for a moment, you lose all sense of time and place. The air is thick, charged with electricity and ancient power, and you can feel the very walls of the labyrinth pulsating. When the light subsides, you find yourself in an entirely new place. The space you find yourself in is vast. The ceiling stretches higher than you can see, adorned with glowing glyphs that shift and change, their energies moving like liquid light. The air is colder here, a pure, ancient chill that makes your breath visible in the dim glow. The stone walls are covered in intricate symbols, much older than the ones you've seen before. They seem to shimmer, almost alive, and the energy within them is pulsing, like a heartbeat. The presence is here. You can feel it. The voice returns, soft but undeniable. This is the place, the origin, the heart of the labyrinth. You glance around the massive space. Ahead of you, on a raised platform, stands a figure. A presence, humanoid but shrouded in mist. Its features are obscured, but you can feel its gaze. Ancient, knowing, powerful. Your hands tremble as you step closer. Before you can speak, the figure raises a hand. "Do not speak," it says, and its voice reverberates in the air like a deep whisper of stone and time. You have come seeking truth, and truth is not given in words. You stop, frozen, as it gestures toward a massive pool of shimmering liquid at the base of the platform. The liquid reflects the glowing symbols and light of the ceiling, undulating like molten glass. The figure steps back, leaving the pool in view. "This is the well of memories," it says, voice calm but sharp. "A place where the truth can be seen. A place where the past reveals itself to those brave enough to gaze into its depths." You look at the pool. The liquid swirls and shifts, a reflection of stars, symbols, and images forming and dissipating before your eyes. You feel an irresistible pull, an urge to step forward, to see, to uncover, to witness. But you hesitate. The voice from before and the whispers in your mind warn you. "You are ready for this," the figure says, as if reading your thoughts. "But know this, the truths here will not be kind. The well shows only what you need to see, but it may also show what you fear." You stare into the liquid. The reflections shimmer and twist, forming shapes. Ancient cities, war-torn battlefields, glowing symbols, shadowy figures, and rituals performed by robed figures in stone chambers. Your hand trembles as you reach toward the shimmering liquid. The air grows colder as you dip your fingers into the pool, the chill biting into your skin. The liquid is smooth, unnervingly smooth, and for a moment you feel as if it is alive, breathing, observing, aware. The instant your hand breaks the surface, a pulse of energy radiates through you, and the reflections in the pool begin to shift. You stumble back, your heart pounding. The pool shimmers again, and the visions come. The first vision, ancient origins. The first image forms itself in the liquid. You see a sprawling city, ancient, towering, and glowing with ethereal blue light. The city looks alive, almost organic, with stone spires that twist and twist like skeletal trees. Figures in ceremonial robes walk the streets, their eyes glowing faintly as they chant in unison. They stand before large stone obelisks covered in the same symbols you've seen in the labyrinth. The figures are performing a ritual. You can hear faint whispers, words in an ancient tongue. The figures are speaking of knowledge, ancient truths, ancient power, the things the labyrinth now guards. You see the figures sacrifice something or someone. At the base of a massive altar, the light glowing brighter as they perform their rites. You can feel their desperation, their hunger. This was a people who sought understanding but found only more questions. You watch as a group of individuals, soldiers, and seekers stand at the edge of the city, surveying the massive walls and gates. They have come to claim the power for themselves. The figures argue. Blood flows. The city burns. You see war. The whispers grow louder in your mind. The city collapses. The spires crack and crumble. Ancient glyphs glow and twist as gates open to untold realms. Realms of terror, unknown power, and ancient horrors. The image fades. The second vision, the ancients. The next image forms itself. A massive circular chamber. Its walls are covered in ancient symbols, glyphs glowing a brilliant blue. A group of figures stands at the center, their faces obscured by ancient masks. They are building something, a device, a stone mechanism etched with symbols and pulsing light. You recognize the shape from your visions and the symbols within the labyrinth. These figures are the architects, the first builders of the labyrinth itself. They speak of power, control, and understanding, but you can feel their fear. You watch them perform ancient rituals, their voices rising in unison. You see the symbols glow as they channel energy into the ancient machine. The earth trembles as they work, but something is wrong. The device pulses too brightly. The symbols glow violently. A gateway opens, and figures begin to emerge. Shadowy, unknowable forms, eyes glowing with malevolent light. The figures panic as the machine spins out of control. The gateway expands. The figures try to shut it, but it's too late. The visions flash. Destruction, screams, shadowy figures spilling into the ancient city. Sacrifice, betrayal, destruction. The machine collapses, but the damage has already been done. You see these figures scattered, broken, exiled. They abandoned the machine, but the labyrinth remained. The labyrinth became a prison and a key. The vision fades. The third vision, your future. You see your own reflection in the well. This time it feels vivid, uncomfortably real. You see yourself, a hollow, broken figure, racked by exhaustion. Your hands are trembling, and your eyes are distant, haunted. The stone's knowledge has turned your thoughts into fragments, ancient whispers invading your mind. You see yourself exploring chambers, twisting pathways, driven by the power of knowledge. Each choice leads to new doors, new symbols, new paths. You see visions of madness taking root, the whispers growing louder. The power is not free. It takes something from you with every step. You see yourself alone, always alone, drifting further into the labyrinth, a broken seeker, lost in shadows. And then you see another image, your hands stained with blood. The labyrinth has consumed you. This knowledge has stripped you of your own will, of your own choices. You are no longer a seeker. You are its servant. You see yourself stepping into a gate, the same kind of gate you now feel pulling at you, and disappearing into the unknown. The vision feels final, a warning. It fades, leaving you breathless, shaking. The pool still shimmers, the vision's receding. But the whispers are louder now. They twist and pull at your mind. You see the truth. The voice in your mind says, "The ancient truths come at a cost. You have looked into the well. Now you know the price." You stare down at the liquid as the last remnants of the vision fade. The ancient presence looms near, the figure on the platform waiting, expectant. The decision. You've seen the ancient origins, the story of the ancients, their mistakes and their power. You've seen visions of your own future, paths twisted by ambition, greed, or despair. The well has given you clarity but left you with choices. Every step deeper carries weight. You feel the pull of the labyrinth growing, demanding more of you. You steel yourself as the whispers wrap tighter around you. The visions from the well still linger, their truth etched into your bones. You feel as if you are standing at the very edge of destiny, a crossroads with infinite possibilities. You will not turn back. The power is yours now. You must wield it. The figure on the platform watches you silently. You can feel its gaze, heavy and knowing, as if it already knows your choice. The whispers in your mind push you forward, urging you deeper into the labyrinth. You take a deep breath and step back toward the symbols glowing on the floor. "I will go further," you say aloud, your voice resolute. The figure seems to nod faintly. The air shimmers, and the massive stone gateway glows once more, brighter this time, inviting you further into the unknown. The power is undeniable, and the labyrinth calls to you. You can feel its pull, a familiar tug at your very being. You step toward the gateway without hesitation. The gateway opens. The symbols glow brighter, brighter, until the stone is glowing like an infernal star. The air grows hotter as the energy surges, and you can feel the immense pull of its promise. You place your hand against the cold stone threshold again, and the vibrations surge through you. The gateway splits open with a resonant, deep groan, and a golden light spills from its depths. You feel as though you're being drawn into the very essence of the labyrinth, its heart, its truth, and its endless secrets. You stepped through without another thought. The sensation is indescribable. Light and shadow, fire and ice, time itself warping and twisting around you. You are weightless, then solid again. The labyrinth seems to breathe beneath your feet. You lose all sense of up and down as the energy whirls and twists, reshaping your thoughts and body. When the sensation ends, you find yourself in another massive chamber, one of ancient stone and symbols. The air here feels ancient, pulsing with raw, untamed power. You can feel the presence all around you, watching, guiding, or perhaps testing. Ahead of you stands another gateway, this one much smaller, but its glow is ominous and powerful. The symbols are unfamiliar, but you can sense that they represent ancient paths, doors into secrets, into truths that no mortal should dare uncover. You feel the stone in your hand. It hums with energy, resonating with your very being. The labyrinth listens to your thoughts. The air crackles with static as you step toward the smaller gateway. The glowing symbols pulse beneath your touch, drawing you closer. The energy feels alive, a living force, ancient and undeniable. Your heart hammers as you place your hand on the cold stone surface, feeling its vibrations reverberate through your bones. The whispers are louder now, their presence tugging at your thoughts, feeding off your resolve. You close your eyes and push away doubt. This is your choice. This is your path. The gateway pulses once and you step through. The sensation is immediate light, pressure, and the twisting, warping feeling of being transported through time, space, and reality itself. The air feels sharp and cold as if you're being reshaped by an unseen force. You lose all sense of direction, your body suspended between worlds. Symbols glow and twist in waves around you, the light streaming into your vision until you're blinded by brilliance. When you open your eyes, you find yourself in another place, the chamber of truth. You are in a vast stone chamber. The walls stretch high above you, covered in glyphs that shimmer like distant stars. The air is colder here, sharper. It feels older, untouched by time. A feeling of immense power radiates from the very stones themselves, and you can feel their gaze, as if the labyrinth is aware of your intrusion. The symbols shimmer in waves, and the air itself seems to vibrate. The golden glow is warm but foreboding, and you can hear something faint, a low, guttural whisper that feels more real than the others. It feels like a living voice, resonating from the very walls of the labyrinth. Before you is a massive stone pedestal, circular, ancient, and glowing with energy. The symbols etched into its surface are unfamiliar, but you can feel their significance. This is a place of ritual, of power, of purpose. And standing beside it, waiting silently, is a figure. The figure is shrouded in shadow but humanoid. Its presence is ancient, timeless, yet unmistakably alive. Its voice breaks the silence, low and powerful. "You have come," it says. You step closer, your voice trembling. "Who are you?" The figure raises its hand, and the air shimmers as symbols spiral in the air like ghostly threads. "I am a guardian," it says. "I am here because you sought the truth, but truths come at a price." The whispers in your mind intensify as it speaks. The symbols on the pedestal begin to glow brighter, pulsing rhythmically. You can feel the energy, the immense weight of this place. "You must understand," the figure continues. "The labyrinth does not give its secrets freely. You will pay for the knowledge you seek. But if you are strong enough, if you are wise enough, you will see the path." You feel your breath quicken. The air is colder, and the symbols dance with eerie beauty. This is the moment to accept or retreat. The figure gestures toward the pedestal. "Place your hand on the stone," it says, "and show your willingness to uncover the truth." The choice is clear. You hesitate, your hand hovering just above the glowing stone pedestal. The air hums with energy, the whispers growing louder as if the labyrinth is testing your resolve. Your heart pounds, uncertain. The ancient figure is watching, its presence oppressive, its gaze weighing on you. The whispers come again. "Do it. You can know everything." You close your eyes, ignoring their pull. Fear wells up within you, but so does clarity. You cannot surrender yourself to the unknown. You will not trade your mind, body, or soul for secrets that may consume you. Knowledge has already begun to twist you. You feel it, the hunger, the pull, the price. With trembling fingers, you step back, breaking contact with the energy of the pedestal. The light dims slightly, and the air grows colder. "I will not," you say aloud, your voice firm despite the shiver in your bones. The figure on the pedestal shifts, its voice low and steady. "You will turn your back on truth?" You nod, your voice unwavering. "I will find my own path." The figure seems to sigh, a long, resonant sound that vibrates through the air. Symbols fade and shimmer around it. The chamber feels more lifeless now. The energy dissipates, retreating into the ancient stones, leaving you standing alone. You are strong, the figure says, voice distant. But strength does not always lead to clarity. The labyrinth offers its lessons to all who dare to enter. You may not return here. You stare at the glowing symbols on the pedestal as they fade into darkness. The figure retreats into shadow. The whispers in your mind grow faint but still linger. Echoes of untold truths, half-formed promises, and shadows of what could have been. The air is quiet now. The labyrinth waits, but you will not let it claim you. The long path home. You take a deep breath and turn your back on the pedestal. The gateway behind you shimmers faintly, offering an uncertain path out of this ancient place. You step toward the gateway, your resolve steady. The labyrinth hums behind you, as if disappointed, but you push through anyway. The air twists again as you step back into the gateway, feeling that same warping pull, the same twisting, otherworldly sensation. You leave the massive stone chamber behind, leaving its whispers and temptations in the shadows. You emerge into another pathway, dim, cold, unfamiliar. It will take time to find your way back, but you trust yourself. You trust your decision. The labyrinth has secrets, ancient secrets, but not every truth must be uncovered. You press on. The journey back is long and uncertain. Every corridor twists and bends, the symbols glowing faintly as you pass. But you no longer feel compelled to uncover every secret. You carry with you the knowledge of restraint, the strength of choice, and the wisdom to resist the pull of power. The whispers have grown quiet, and the labyrinth feels less alive without your focus on its promises. Perhaps there is freedom in simplicity, in choosing not to chase power, not to chase answers that can lead to ruin. You step into the twilight of the surface world once again. The air feels warmer here. The stars are bright, and you can feel your feet on solid ground. The labyrinth is vast. Its truths will always linger, but you will live your life without succumbing to its temptations. You are free, and that is enough.